first time in here?
Yes, first time in my life.
Is it look interesting for you?
Oh my god, yes, it's very interesting.
Hi guys, my name is Kenneth. I'm from University of Rahman, Malaysia. So right now I'm at this Kebun Teh Wonosari. Yeah, so just now I got to learn about the whole process from harvesting tea leaves to processing tea leaf. So right now, you know, in my hand I have a sample of this tea leaf, dried tea leaf. This is of the highest quality. I would like to thank the management of Wonosari for giving me this tea. I cannot wait to try this out. Alright, thank you very much.
making it different. I'm floating, I'm drifting. Shout out the slums, round the world we uplifted. Doing it big. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the sky. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We about to change the game. Let's go. Get alone talking to myself.
Hari ini kita ada di Street Garden. Kita mau lihat ada banyak message, terus apa lagi ya? Ada kopi. Pokoknya tentang suatu keindahan untuk alam.
Step forward, light and carefree. Every time, every time, every time.
Hai guys, hari ini kita mau ke produksi herboris, jadi kalian ikutin kita semua.
Down in the open, where are you now? Where are you now? I can see you as a daydream. Something loud, breathing it out. Step forward, light and carefree. Am I asking way too much to find this will be enough? Cut the middle from the map. The roads they don't work like that. I'll say what you want me to.
Halo guys, ini hari kedua kita berada di Bali. Saat ini kita berada di Pantai Jimbaran. Kita menikmati sunset sambil menunggu hidangan makan malam disiapkan. Yuk.
And carefree. Every time, every time. Every time I back myself away, it gets loud, shut it out. Better go down in the open. Where are you now? Where are you now? Start to see you as a daydream. It's not so loud, breathing it out. Step forward, light and carefree.
Jadi kita lagi ada di Desa Panglipuran. Desa Panglipuran ini adalah salah satu desa yang paling bersih di dunia dan paling bersih di Bali. Betul.
The word is whispering to me that last night, some of the students here from Thailand celebrated his birthday. Is it correct? Okay, yes. Let's call you colors from Thailand. Happy everyone, since I have the birthday excited. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
presentation session. All of you have done great work. Since the first challenge of company concept, also the company structure.
Good morning, everyone. It is honor to welcome you to Day 6 of International Virtual Short Course 2025. In this area of the rapid information exchange, where the digital realm of profoundly shaped public discourse, the issue of misinformation and disinformation have been critically challenged of our time. This phenomenon not only affect how society perceive truth about influence trust and institution, media, and government. Today, we will explore the profound topic of artificial intelligence, new bias, and inaccuracy issues. And we are joined by the esteemed speaker, Mr. Kenneth Lee from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, who deep expertise in media, ethnicity, and national building provides ineffable perspective of interconnected topics. And we are privileged to explore the perceived issues, particularly in the context of Malaysia, a country with a rich culture, linguistic diversity, and adds a unique dimension of the spread and impact of misinformation. Before we begin, I would like to extend the warm greeting of our distinguished speaker, Mr. Kenneth Lee. Hello, Mr. Kenneth. Hi. How are you
All right.
today?
Good. I'm good. It's good to finally see you at least virtually, face to face.
Yes, okay. It's really good to have you here today in this session, and thank you for taking the time of share your expertise of us today. We're truly honored that you have been here in this session. Before we start, I will read the professional PO for the Kenneth Lee, Mr. Kenneth Lee. Mr. Kenneth Lee is the prospective academic of research with wealth of expertise in media, ethnicity, resolution, and national building. Currently serves as head of Department of Mass Communication in University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Uttar. He is deeply engaged in shaping critical discussion in media and society of Southeast Asia. Within an inspirative academic and professional background, Kenneth has contributed extremely to the field of media studies and communication, publishing the numerous work of topics such as social media, cultural identity, and media representation. His insight has been shared to the region of international and religion conference and make him to the lead of this field. Today, Kenneth will share this expertise of topic highly relevant in this theme, disinformation and misinformation in Malaysian context. Without further, please do join me welcoming Mr. Kenneth Lee. So Kenneth, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Bu Augustine. First of all, I would like to, on behalf of UMSIDA, the organizing committee, I would like to welcome everyone to our session today. And I would also like to record my most sincere thanks and gratitude to UMSIDA for extending your invitation to all of us from the various universities in Southeast Asia to put together, to deliver different lectures through this international virtual short course program. And also well done and congratulations to UMSIDA for doing this. All right, so let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, I suppose you can see my content, right? My screen. All right, thank you very much. Before I begin my lesson today, just a little bit introduction about myself. My name is Kenneth Lee. I am a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Creative Industries, University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. And I also lead the Department of Mass Comm. Okay, I have been teaching since 2009, for, if I'm not wrong, 15 years. So I started off serving as a tutor in the same university, but in the Kampar campus. When it comes to University of Abdul Rahman, there are two campuses, one in Sungai Long, currently where I'm teaching. Sungai Long is about half an hour from the capital of Malaysia, which is Kuala Lumpur. And we also have another campus situated in the state of Perak. So the second campus is actually in a small town in the state of Perak called Kampar. So I was in Kampar serving as a tutor for 2 years. So this was me. This was me when I was like 15 years younger. I was there for 2 years before resigning to serve as a lecturer in another college called the Legenda Group of Education. So this was me with my students at the Legenda Group of Education. So I was actually there for 5 years before I decided that I had enough of teaching. So that was when I decided to, to save some money, quit my job to want to travel Asia. But I guess my dream did not materialize because like just 3 months into my travel I was in Thailand at that point of time. I landed myself a teaching job. So I ended up teaching as a teacher in the government school in Thailand. So I was teaching in a school in the province of Chumphon. So this was me with the students there. I was teaching some primary and also secondary school children. So after spending 2 wonderful years in Thailand, I came back to Malaysia to serve as the head of department, the head of program for mass communication in Inti Penang. So this was actually in Inti Penang. Penang is actually a state in the northern part of Malaysia. And after 2 years with Penang, in 2019, I came back to Utah. So 2019, between my first tenure with Utah and also 2019, that was exactly 10 years apart. So right now I am with Utah. I've been with Utah since 2019. So that's a little bit about myself. All right, so let's go into our topic today. So what I'm going to deliver is this. All right. I guess you can see my screen, right?
Yes, it's already on screen.
All right, thank you very much for confirming. So the title for my sharing today is called Beyond Fake News, the Battle Against Misinformation and Disinformation. All right. So this is the overview of what I'm going to share today. I'm going to break my sharing today into several parts. We are going to start with the terms, fake news, misinformation, and disinformation, whether or not there are any differences between these terms. And moving on, I would also go into ethics in journalism. So in this aspect, I will talk about the handling of information from the perspective of journalism. Okay, and this is followed by the impact of misinformation and also disinformation. It's not supposed to be on journalism, but just the impact of mis and also disinformation in general. Okay, after that, I'm going to talk about actors and also motivations behind this and also misinformation. Okay, and lastly, I will be talking about how we could potentially recognize and also combat mis and also disinformation. So this is an overview of my sharing today. And before I begin, I just wanted to get a basic understanding of how much you guys understand about terms like fake news, disinformation, and also misinformation. So I guess most of you probably know what fake news is, because I guess it is very much self-explanatory. Fake news basically means a piece of information that is not genuine, that is false, that is not true, right? But I just wanted to know, like, how many of you here have heard of the concepts of disinformation and misinformation? If you have heard of any of these concepts, disinformation, misinformation, maybe you can type 1, comment 1 in the chat box so that I can see. All right, there's one response. So okay. Now my next question is that, do you know that there is a difference between misinformation and disinformation? If you know that there's a difference, type 1. If you think that they are the same, type 2. Okay, 1. So one respondent says 2, but I guess most of you mentioned 1. All right. Okay, before I go into the differences between disinformation and misinformation, let me just show everyone the different forms of fake news first. So when I mention fake news, I guess it is more of a generic term to mean disinformation and misinformation. All right. So there are different forms of fake news. So first of all, as you can see from the first picture over here, it shows fabricated news articles. So there are two articles here. They look as if they are real news because it shows the logo of a reputable news portal in Malaysia, FMT, Free Malaysia Today. Yeah. So they actually attach this logo to this article. Yeah. But the content of this article itself is not real. Okay. And they would circulate this article or the screenshot of this article around just to mislead people into believing information. So this is one instance. Now, in the second instance over here, as you can see, it is actually a sponsored content on Facebook impersonating a news portal. Yeah. So this portal itself, Malaysia Kini, is actually a valid news portal. It actually exists in Malaysia. Yeah. But this content is actually sponsored by another party, which is not the news portal itself. As you can see here, it is actually sponsored by Art News. Yeah. So we have no idea about the credibility of the page behind this sponsored content. So this is one. And secondly, if you click into this link, right, although over here it shows that the link comes from supposedly Malaysia Kini, but when you click into the link, it will redirect you to another page which is not Malaysia Kini. So two observations when it comes to this type of fake news. All right. Now, thirdly, the picture on the left shows a fake WhatsApp or Telegram message using articles from news portals, but with false excerpts. False excerpts means a small part of the article. Yeah. So as you can see over here, this was being circulated on WhatsApp or Telegram. So the article itself, the link itself is valid. It comes from Malaysia Kini. Yeah. But the excerpt is not true, it's not real, it is not part of the article. So they would randomly insert certain, some excerpts over here, some content over here, in hope to mislead or to fool readers into believing that, the excerpt is part of the article when it is actually not. So the excerpt would say something else when the article is supposed to mean something else. So this is another way. And if you look at the picture on the right-hand side, people would also spread fake news with convincing supporting images, on social media platforms like Instagram. So while these images are real, but they are probably from another event, not associated with the event being disseminated on social media. So they would falsely associate the real images with another imagery kind of event. And sometimes fake news don't necessarily just come from people we don't know. Fake news can potentially come from politicians. Just like this example, as you can see, Donald Trump in October 2020 posted a tweet, suggesting that seasonal flu is comparable to COVID-19 in deaths and lethality. All right. So this is actually very harmful. This is very dangerous because this kind of fake news that comes from an influential figure can potentially influence many people. So in this particular tweet by US President Donald Trump, it actually had the highest reach of any tweet. In the same week this tweet was posted, and it managed to capture people's attention. Many people's attention at 87 million. That means that 87 million Americans or people from around the globe were exposed to this piece of tweet by Donald Trump. Okay, and this same tweet also had the highest audience engagement. So when we talk about audience engagement, we actually are referring to people sharing it, liking it, or commenting it. So this tweet also had the highest audience engagement that week, amounting to some 305,000 people. And besides politicians, sometimes fake news might also be spread by news portals. Like, for example, Fox News. Fox News has always been criticized by people for engaging in disinformation, especially when it comes to coverage pertaining to politics. Okay, so in many instances, Fox News has been caught for presenting misleading information and also bias reporting. And it is also said that Fox News is actually Trump friendly. Okay. So when it comes to fake news, right, basically we are trying to mean something that is not true, something that is fabricated, something that is based on not based on truth. So we call this fake news. It could mean disinformation or misinformation. I'll be talking about the differences between the two concepts later. But now, with this generic concept or generic term of fake news, it is actually not something new. It's not something new. It actually existed since as early as the 15th century, during the existence of the printing presses. So back then, with the Gutenberg printing presses, people began to print books and pamphlets and also brochures. So through this medium, people would spread fake news, in the form of political propaganda, for example. So that was the situation in the mid-15th century. And in the 17th century, fake news were accelerated because of the invention of newspapers back then. So newspapers were invented in the 17th century. And by the 18th century, there was this rise of yellow journalism. Not so sure whether you have heard of this term on yellow journalism, but it actually refers to a style of reporting which is characterized by sensationalism, and also exaggeration. So people would sensationalize certain news or exaggerate certain news just to attract eyeballs. Okay, so because of this kind of journalism, we call it yellow journalism, the existence of fake news, the fake news, the incidences of fake news actually accelerated. All right, and fast forward to the 21st century, in today's context, in the 2016 US election, Donald Trump was the first president to ever use the term fake news to refer to news that are not in compliance with his liking. So any news articles that reported negatively about Trump will be called fake news. So this was when the term fake news began to gain some momentum, and also in 2019, following the outbreak of COVID-19, I think fake news were also on the rise, and this was attributed to people. This was actually attributed to the mobility restrictions and also lockdowns. People had nowhere to go. People had to stay at home. So people actually relied a lot on the internet, and people use the internet to communicate. So this also increased misinformation and also disinformation being disseminated. All right. So now let's go into disinformation. What is disinformation? Now, if you look at the definition, disinformation means false information created and spread intentionally to deceive. Yeah, to deceive means to mislead people. And the keyword lies in intention. Yeah, people do it intentionally. It carries the connotation of people purposely do it just to fool other people. So the intention is there. All right. So this is disinformation. And disinformation is used to manipulate public opinion and also influence decisions. Okay. And it is often spread via social media, fake news websites, and also unverified news portals. Okay, moving on to misinformation. Misinformation actually is defined as false or inaccurate information spread unintentionally. So just now, in misinformation, it is spread intentionally. But this, when it comes to misinformation, it is actually spread unintentionally. Okay, so this often results from misunderstandings or reporting errors. Yeah, just like sometimes a news portal might report something falsely without knowing the error, and people would forward the information thinking that it is true information. So this kind of information is considered misinformation. Right? So now can you see the difference? One comes with intention, the other without intention. Okay, so I guess this picture pretty much sums out the main difference between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation is when you think that a piece of information is true, but it is actually not. And disinformation is when you know that it is clearly not true, but you say it or you share it anyway. All right, so this captures the main difference between misinformation and disinformation. All right. Okay, what's the relationship between fake news and misinformation and disinformation? As much as I would call the term fake news a more generic term to mean misinformation and so disinformation, but personally, I would feel that fake news is more synonymous to disinformation more than misinformation, because like the name suggests, it's called fake news for a reason. It carries the connotation that the information is not true. It suggests that you know that the information is not true, but you still spread it anyway. So it suggests some sort of intention behind the fake news. So based on this logic, I feel that fake news, the term fake news, is more synonymous to disinformation than misinformation. All right. Is everyone okay so far? I can't really see your comment. If there is no issue, I will move on to the next part. All right. Next, I'll be talking about how information should be handled, at least from the perspective of journalism or journalists. And the reason why I bring up the perspective of journalism is because journalists are actually trained to present information in the ideal manner. Yeah. My first degree was actually in journalism, and I was working as a reporter for a short period of time in the Star. The Star is Malaysia's leading English daily. Yeah, so we have been trained on how to present information in an impartial, sorry, in a balanced way without bias. Yeah, so when it comes to news reporting, right, it's all about objectivity. Yeah, subjectivity has very little place in reporting, especially when it comes to hard news. And unless you're talking about soft news, including features, you can have some degrees of subjectivity, or even in columns. Columnists can add their own opinions into their pieces. But when it comes to hard news, you can't have any subjectivity. Your reporting must be based on objective things. Like, for example, when you call someone angry, you cannot just say that, okay, someone was angry, because what is angry with you to you might not be angry to someone else. So different people will have different interpretations of emotions. Yeah, for example, instead of calling someone angry, you can actually describe in a more solid way or in a more concrete way on what actually transpired, forcing you to say that someone is angry. So, for example, you might want to describe the fact that someone actually shouted at someone else. Okay, so this is one. Or you could say that someone actually slammed on the door. Or you could say that someone was seen cursing at another person. Yeah, cursing bad words. Or his or her face was all red while doing all those things. So all these descriptions of what really happened would make your reporting more objective. Yeah. So back to this part over here, I will actually cite these codes of ethics for journalists. Yeah, from and these codes of ethics are actually released by the Malaysian government. So well, these codes of ethics are actually not a law itself, and therefore they are not legally binding. I would say they serve more as a guideline. Yeah, they will serve more as a guideline to kind of guide journalists on how to report in a balanced way, right? So but then again, although this is more of a guideline, we do have some laws that actually govern over the dissemination and also publication of information. So, for example, in Malaysia, we do have acts like the Printing Presses and Publications Act. We do have the Broadcasting Act and so on. Yeah. So when it comes to these codes of ethics released by the Malaysian government, I think it was recently revised towards the end of 2024, if I'm not wrong. So it actually covers some points. Now, let me show you the document. Okay, so on the left-hand side of your screen here, you can see my screen, right? Okay, on the left-hand side of the screen, this is actually the codes of ethics released by the government. In Malay, we call it Code Etika. Code Etika means codes of ethics. Wartawan over here means journalists. So this is for the journalists. And I tried searching for the codes of ethics in Indonesia, in Thailand, and also in India. I could find the respective codes of ethics in the respective countries. All right. So as you can see over here, there are 8 journalistic ethics as outlined in this document. And many provisions in these outlines actually have covered the handling of information, particularly when dealing with misinformation and also disinformation. What should a journalist do? Yeah. So for example, if you look at item number 2 over here, it talks about transparency in reporting. So it calls for accountability by, first of all, crediting original sources. So if you have a story, where does the story come from? What are your primary sources? So this is one. And secondly, if a reporter finds some errors in the reporting, it is actually recommended for the reporter to swiftly issue apologies and also corrections. Okay, and it also promotes trust, yeah, in accurate reporting. Now, if you look at this item, journalists are encouraged to consistently strive for fairness in delivering information. It also covers misinformation and disinformation. So this point over here is about fairness and impartiality. It encourages balanced and also unbiased reporting. Yeah, as you can see over here, clear information, steering clear of any biases, stereotypes, and also prejudice. All right. And besides this point, if you look at point number 5, this also governs the spreading of information or the handling of information. Yeah, so this one is linked to authenticity and also accuracy of information, which needs to be verified. And it is said that journalists must verify the accuracy and also authenticity of all information before publication. That means that before one publishes the information, check first. Yeah. So after the journalist has checked their information, the second layer should be, the second layer of responsibility should lie with the editors. So that's why editors are known as the final gatekeepers in any news organization. Yeah. So editors would do the final checking and also to ensure whether a piece of news is, is defamatory in nature or potentially breaks any law. If they feel that a piece of news potentially breaks any law, normally an editor would engage the lawyer associated with the news portal, just to vet through, just to check again to see whether or not that piece of news can be published or not. If not, they would stop it. Okay, but in some countries like China, there will be another layer of the gatekeepers. Okay, so besides the editors from the news portal, sometimes certain countries like China would also appoint reps from certain from certain government agencies to actually vet through the news articles. All right. So usually, but usually this would happen in countries that are more authoritarian in nature. All right. So now let's talk about the ripple effects, yeah, the impact of misinformation and disinformation. The ripple effect actually means that when you do something, it leads to a series of other things or events or consequences that would follow. Yeah. So as you can see here, this is actually a guideline on how to like spread or how to handle information, right? And this is for the journalists. So if journalists have to be reminded on how to spread information, what about normal people who don't have the basics, who don't really know how to handle information? Yeah. So that's why I feel that you know, as citizens of our countries, you know, being more educated in a way compared to other people, there is a responsibility in each one of us to teach people how to verify information, or how to spot misinformation or disinformation. Yeah, if you come across people trying to spread disinformation or misinformation, you need to remind them that the information is not true. All right. So let's take a look at the impact of mis and also disinformation. First of all, it will actually undermine the democratic processes if there is too much of disinformation and misinformation. Yeah, because sometimes even when it comes to countries, you know, perceived to be democratic, countries like Malaysia, countries like Indonesia, and even India, all these are considered democracies. But even so, like within each country, sometimes you would come across politicians or political parties trying to you know, organize disinformation campaigns, especially when the election is near, right? So that to be used as a tool to manipulate elections and also public opinion. All right, and this is actually very dangerous because this will potentially mislead people, mislead citizens, yeah, and this will also weaken their decision-making ability. So when they make bad decisions based on some of these misinformation or disinformation, it could mean that the country will be managed by the wrong people. All right. So this actually undermines the democratic processes. This is unhealthy for any democracy. All right. So this is the first point. And if you look at the second point, it could also cause harm to public safety. So in the context of like the period of COVID-19, right? As some of you might have noticed, there is a lot of false information being spreaded about health, about government policies, and so on and so forth. So all these, you know, these incidences or these false information can actually lead to poor decision making and even, you know, worse, loss of lives. Yeah, because people, like for example, in COVID-19, there will be some activists who would aggressively tell people not to get vaccines. Yeah, these are the anti-vaccine activists. Yeah, because of that. So they would give all sorts of misinformation or disinformation about vaccines, just to prevent people from getting the vaccine. So because of this, it might have led to a lot of deaths in some countries. Yeah. And disinformation about crises or disasters can actually stop or obstruct relief efforts, whether on the part of the government or some NGOs, and also potentially cause panic. Okay. Thirdly, economic and also reputational costs. Some businesses and also individuals can actually suffer from reputational damage due to false information. Yeah, so for example, in the context of Malaysia, we have a government-linked company, GLC, called Muhammadiyah. So Muhammadiyah's role is to help the government acquire and also disseminate and release the Sinovac vaccine. Yeah, Sinovac is a brand of vaccine from China. So there were many instances where on social media people would spread false information about Sinovac and also Pharmaniaga just to discredit the company and also the vaccine. And this was meant to stop more people from using Sinovac. So the intention behind was clear. So this kind of action can actually lead to reputational damage, not just to Pharmaniaga, but also to Sinovac, the vaccine. Yeah, but of course, if you were to argue, like, you know, between Sinovac and other brands of vaccine, how you might see it as being less effective compared to other brands. This is another story. But we are talking about false information being spread about the company behind Sinovac and also Sinovac itself. All right. So next, difficulty in counteracting. Yeah. So when there is a lot of information being available in the social media realm or on the internet, it makes it very super difficult for the government or NGOs or news portals to have to counteract to counter all this false information. Yeah. So because of this, you know, a lot of resources need to be spent on setting up task force or setting up portals to fight or to debunk misinformation and also disinformation. All right. And next, misinformation and disinformation could also lead to erosion of trust in the media. So this is in the context that if certain media companies actually spread misinformation or disinformation themselves, yeah, which is very much uncalled for, very unprofessional. But this actually happens with some of the media companies out there. Yeah, and especially in today's context where many people can own their media companies due to the democratization of internet and also social media platforms. That's why you come across concepts like citizen journalists. Everyone can call themselves a journalist. Everyone can own their media. Everyone can own a group of followers, right? So whatever they say might be believed by their followers. So in this context, if misinformation or disinformation is spread through any of these media, it could actually damage public trust, yeah, and it could actually undermine the credibility of news sources. Okay, but in most contexts, at least in my country, in the context of Malaysia, because of the various laws governing the news portals, I guess news portals still don't really, they know when not to cross the line. There are times when certain news portals would sensationalize some stories, but maybe not to the extent of spreading disinformation. Misinformation, that could be possible. Like sometimes they could overlook some details, so then they would issue corrections. But when it comes to disinformation, I think it's not very much likely. Yeah, I know that there's a concept called agenda setting, where when they report a story, they would frame it in a certain way. Yeah, they will not present a story in the entire context. That is possible, but it doesn't mean that the news being presented is false. So by disinformation, we mean to say that a piece of news is not true, is false. Yeah. So this kind of incident doesn't really happen in Malaysia just yet, at least with the mainstream media. But when it comes to those independent or online-only news portals, there could be some. All right. So disinformation campaigns actually target established outlets, creating criticism towards all news, regardless of validity. So even when mis or disinformation doesn't come from the news portal itself, but sometimes with the spread of this misinformation or disinformation by some individuals or groups of people who come with intention, this will actually undermine the credibility, or the perceived credibility of some of these supposedly credible news portal. Next, more resources on fact checking. Okay, so the rise of disinformation and misinformation in the social media space or on the internet would also mean that there is also a rise of portals trying to combat this kind of false information. That's why you can see companies like PolitiFacts or Snopes or Full Facts coming out to debunk some of these false information. Even the Star, which is Malaysia's one of Malaysia's leading English dailies, also came up with a section that tries to debunk fake news. So it would tell whether a piece of news is true or false. And also, like besides newsrooms, as I mentioned about the Star incorporating fact checking into its portal, but besides news portal, sometimes some NGOs would also come up would also set out would come together to set out a website to debunk false information, or even sometimes they would collaborate with some government agencies to come up with a unit to combat this kind of disinformation. All right. So next, I'll be talking about the actors and motivation behind disinformation. So for this part, I don't call it misinformation, because when I talk about, well, before that, let me just say that when it comes to the actors, there are a few actors. The first one is state actors, followed by non-state actors, and also individual spreaders. All right. So for state actors, in most cases, when they spread information, right, it comes with intention already. So that's why over here in the title, I would call it misinformation. Okay. So the actors over here refers, they don't refer to your typical actors on the big screen or on Netflix, but rather they refer to the people or the stakeholders behind certain disinformation. So like I said just now, there are three types of actor. The first one is the state actors. State actors refers to governments or political institutions. So this could refer to politicians, politicians, or sometimes ministries, or even like political parties. And by state actors, by the word state, right, we don't mean negeri in bahasa Malaysia or Indonesia. We don't mean a particular region within a country. We refer to a legitimate country. That's why this state is actually, we are referring to the word state in capital S, not the small letter s. There's a difference. All right. So but why would they want to spread disinformation? So governments and political institutions would sometimes disseminate this kind of information so that they can control the narratives and so that they can remain in power. Okay, and this kind of narratives might be domestically oriented or something that is international. So like when it comes to US, China, so these are the superpower, right? These are the big power. So a lot of the narratives are international, not just confined to the national context. But when it comes to developing countries like Malaysia or Indonesia, so a lot of the narratives are actually more
domestic in nature. So sometimes people, like some politicians or political parties, would spread political ideologies, ideologies just to get people's support. And the reason why they are doing this is also to influence, the outcomes of elections. I mentioned about how they would manipulate, the public narratives just to influence the outcome of the elections, and also to sometimes to suppress politicians. So in the situations where the opposition gets very strong or gets very vocal, this is when they would invest in a lot of money to change the narratives by the opposition, or to discredit the opposition. So this is the state actors. Besides the state actors, the second category of actors behind disinformation are non-state actors. So in this context, we refer to corporations, interest groups, what else? NGOs, organizations, companies. But why would these groups want to spread disinformation? So sometimes they spread disinformation because of the fact that they want to gain some financial profit. For example, a certain multinational oil and gas company, I wouldn't name the company, in the 1970s and 1980s actually discovered, because they have got their own scientists, so their own scientists actually discovered and also recognized the potential danger of climate change caused by fossil fuel emissions. Okay, but despite recognizing this kind of danger linked to climate change, they would still spend millions of dollars trying to fund campaigns, trying to fund like think tank groups or research groups to downplay the severity of climate change linked to their business. All right, so this is financial profit. So besides that, sometimes people also do it to advance some other agenda. All right, the third category of actors are called the individual spreaders. So for this, I put down misinformation also on top of disinformation, because sometimes people spread it without knowing the fact that certain piece of information are not valid or are not true. Okay, so these individual spreaders would refer to people like influencers, bloggers, or even like ordinary citizens. And what are the motivations? So as you can see over here, there are two possible motivations. The first one is that some of them might not know that certain pieces of information are not true or not real. So it leads to accidental sharing. Like some uncles and aunties, pakcik at home, not know that certain pieces of information that they receive on the web are not true, and therefore they would forward the information to other friends out there. So this is misinformation. Or sometimes it can come with some malicious. Malicious means something that is bad, something that is not good, malicious content. And people would do it for personal gain, for revenge, or for disruption. So for example, sometimes we see influencers breaking out just to find that one of influencers actually would go online to discredit, spread some false information about the other party, hoping to discredit the other party. So the intention to revenge is there. All right. Before we wait. Okay. Over here there is a. This is actually a case study. So if you look at this example, right, it shows a fake WhatsApp message being disseminated during the COVID-19 period. And well, if you look at this message over here, the link itself is valid. The link is actually from a news portal called Code Blue. Code Blue is actually a news portal, a very niche one, that reports specifically on health related issues or policies. Yeah, only health related issues, nothing else. So it is actually a very niche and also credible news portal. So if you look at this message over here, it features a link from Code Blue, but when it comes to the excerpt at the bottom, the excerpt is not part of this news article. It talks about something else, just to mislead the people into believing that this piece of information is true. So this information is trying to discredit Muhammadiyah, the company I mentioned just now, the company responsible for helping the government to acquire and also to disseminate the Sinovac vaccine, right? So this message over here actually calls for people to boycott Sinovac and also Muhammadiyah by saying that, you know, some 290,000 vials of Sinovac vaccine by Muhammadiyah are past the expiry dates and therefore are unsuitable for vaccination. And therefore, they actually urge the public not to accept these vials bottled by Muhammadiyah. So if you look at this kind of false information, obviously this is not, this was not true, at least at the point when it actually happened. But who do you think the actors are? So just now I mentioned about the three actors. The first category are the state actors, followed by the non-state actors, and finally the individual spreaders. So what category of the actors do you think spread this message? Do you think it is A, the state actors, or B, non-state actors, or C, individual spreaders? Comment in the chat box, please. Anyone?
Mr. Kenneth, sorry for
Yes.
the interrupt the presentation, but your time is only 5 minutes left.
Okay, I'm about to complete now. Don't worry. Okay, so
Okay.
maybe okay. So let me just quickly run through the rest of the slides. But let me just talk about this first. Now, a lot of us, or some of you guys might think that this is actually caused by you know, the non-state actors, like other corporations or other organizations, trying to discredit Muhammadiyah. But in the context of Malaysia, other vaccines other than Sinovac are actually handled by the government, particularly by the Ministry of Health, right? So in this case, I don't think it is the non-state actors. Also, when they spread, you know, when reputable companies to spread information like this is really very much uncalled for. This would make them, if they are really caught, right, this would lead to very serious consequences. I don't think any sound companies would do these kind of things. And so I think in this case, it is most likely committed or done by the category C actors, yeah, individual spreaders. Yeah, it could be done by some activists trying to who don't believe in Sinovac. All right, so let's go into the last section of today. Oh, sorry, the second last section of today, we are talking about recognizing mis and also disinformation. So there are actually a few ways on how we could actually spot whether a piece of information is not true. So the first way is to always verify the source. always check the credibility of the publisher or author. Okay, first of all, check the website. If it is a website, check the link of the website to see whether or not it comes from a reputable news portal. If it is reputable, fine, no issue. But if it is questionable, you might want to read further. Yeah, and also check the author's credentials. Yeah, there are some authors who are known or who are famous for publishing sensational or misleading news articles. So if these are the authors, beware. All right. Also check for reliable references. If a story talks about a certain incident, see whether it cites certain people or certain sources. Like for example, you would see the sentence according to so and so. Okay, a reputable news company would cite different sources just so that the news is presented in a more impartial way, yeah, in a more balanced manner. And also look for signs of parody or satire websites, because in Malaysia, there are actually some websites like the Tapir Times and even The Onion. These are actually not true news portals, but these are what we call satire websites, trying to they would design, I mean, they look like they design in such a way that their portals look like a news portal, but obviously it is to poke fun at politicians. Okay. Now, the second way on how we could recognize disinformation and misinformation is to use fact-checking resources. Like now, I mentioned a couple of the websites like snopes.com. You could also use factcheck.org. So fact-checked would focus on political claims and also public statements. So these are the more international fact-checking resources. But when it comes to country-specific resources, you need to search. Like in Malaysia, we do have websites like sebenarnya.my. We have AFP. AFP is actually a news. They call it it's actually a news syndicate. Yeah, they provide news to different news organizations in various countries. Yeah, so there is this AFP Malaysia section just to debunk false information linked to Malaysia. They also have got sections linked to other countries. All right, we have Fact Check Malaysia. We have My Check Dulu. Different platforms. And I suppose in Indonesia and in Thailand, in India, there are also some websites like this trying to debunk false information. And sometimes if you come across certain images that you think are suspicious, you can also do reverse image search on Google. Yeah. So there is this feature on Google. Try to look for the original source that published a particular image, because sometimes people might misuse, or people would use a certain image to their own advantage, yeah, to talk about something else. All right, lastly, combating misinformation and disinformation, there are some tips over here. So first of all, only share verified information to counter false narratives. Yeah, unverified information or information that you think is suspicious, don't share. Avoid amplifying disinformation, even to debunk it without context. If you know that something is not true, inform it to your friends that it is not true. Yeah, and also report fact content on social media platforms. If you know that someone is impersonating another news portal or someone else to spread false information, report him or her on social media platform. Exercise your responsibility as not just a citizen, but a netizen. Okay, and most importantly, like I said just now, we have the responsibility to educate others. Yeah, sometimes even those who are slightly more educated can be fooled or can be misled. Yeah, what more to say people who are not educated. So if we are good when it comes to this, please ensure that you exercise your duty to spread the information to teach other people, because like I don't think we want to stay in a world that is full of disasters, a world full of issues and problems, right? We want to stay in a world, to live in a world that we feel is peaceful, yeah, that is free of all these false information. All right. So before I end my presentation today, there is something to ponder, which is called deep facts. Yeah, I wouldn't be going into something like this in depth, but if you look at this video, it shows the late Suharto, the previous president of Indonesia, suddenly coming alive, yeah, in 2024, especially during the election period. So this is actually not Suharto coming alive. This is actually people using AI technologies to make him seem as if he was still alive, yeah, and talking about something linked to the election. All right. So in the context of misinformation and disinformation, deepfake actually mean using sophisticated tool like AI technologies to simulate content that looks very real, to mislead people into believing the information. Okay, so this is not just spreading disinformation. This is about how people manipulate AI, yeah, and also the public, people like you and me, into believing that something is real when that something is clearly not. So this has really great implications on the society, yeah, because sometimes using these AI technologies, you can't even tell what is true, what is false, because sometimes artifacts created by these AI technologies can look very real. Okay, so something for you to ponder. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kenneth, for all the presentation. It's really related to Indonesian situation right now about this information, also misinformation. But actually the time is up. I don't think I can direct your question from the audience. I'm sorry, Mr. Kenneth.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry about taking out your time.
Yeah. Your presentation is mindfulness. I really like to join the discussion right now, actually, but as our time is up, I would like to thank you, Mr. Kenneth, for delivering such a favorable insight about the misinformation and disinformation related to Malaysian, and it's really relatable in Indonesian situation right now. Maybe we can chit chat after the event. So we will to we can apa namanya? Sorry. Maybe yeah. Maybe we can chit chat after that. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Kenneth.
You're most welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
If any of you would like to get my slides, I will be willing to share the slides with everyone. So if you want a copy of my slides, you can actually write an email to this address over here. And I'm so sorry once again for taking up your time, for not being able to take your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will back after the break session. Okay, everyone, thank you for joining us in season 2 in day 6 of IVSC 2025. Okay, because this is the second session, the second session is the theme is embracing the Gen Z to social media, the influence of digital content. I would like to join by distinguished speaker, Miss Makfira Yulian and Miss Farida. Hello, Miss Makfira and Miss Farida.
Good morning, Ibu Agustin.
Hello, good morning. Okay, I will make it short. Before we start, allow me to introduce the speakers, the second speakers, Miss Makfira Yuliani, Association of Communication Expert and Academical, with the career spanning over 2 decades. She has made significant contributor in both corporate and academic sector. And also she is currently is lecturer of Faculty of Social and Political Science in University Muhammadiyah, Prof. Dr. Hamka or UHAMKA, where the specialist with journalism, public relation, and media production. And also the second speaker, the Miss Farida, she is the dedicated of educator and research in field of communication. Ms. Farida has been a lecturer in University of Prof. UHAMKA since 2010 and previously served as the head of communication department from 2019 to 2024. Okay, let's present the topic. The time is yours.
Thank you,
Mbak Agustin. Mbak Ida.
Yes, you first, Miss Vira, please.
Okay. Let me share the screen first, right? Okay. Anyone can see the screen?
Yes, already on the screen.
On the screen. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining today's session. Today's session will begin with a general discussion by me first, and then followed by a specific explanation from Dr. Farida on our topic, embracing Gen Z through social media, the influence of digital content. So, all of you in this audience, is it Gen Z or millennial? I think a lot of them are Gen Z, right? Okay, Gen Z is born between the mid of 90s and early 2010s. It is the first generation who grew up with digital technology, and social media is very essential for them in their life, especially. And because of this, social media plays an important role in their life. It influences their behavior and perception. So what is the key aspect for Gen Z to effectively use the power of this social media? For that, let us dive into our presentation. Okay. This is Jeff Bezos, one of the wealthiest men in the world. He's the chairman and founder of Amazon. And then one of his statement is that he believes that a personal brand reflects on how someone is known in the society and how others perceive their qualities, values, and personality. Now, this Jeff concept actually being studied by one of the scholars named Blading in 2011. He said that this Jeff concept emphasized the importance of reputation and public perception as part of the personal brand. This has also already been studied by Peters in 1997, who emphasized that A personal brand is a way to highlight a person's uniqueness, including values and skill that define them, as well as how this impacts others. So, in this presentation, the first 5 outline will be delivered by me, and then the specific explanation from Dr. Farida will be explaining about the social media and self-presentation among Gen Z. So we come to the first presentation, the first topic. Influencers are now essential because they represent a democratization of influence. What I call in this slide is that it is the freedom of speech or act of speech. Traditionally, mass media control and influence through platforms like television, radio, and print. However, with the rise of digital platforms like social media, influencer individuals with the ability to sway opinions like KOL, key opinion leader, have become powerful in using the social media to communicate with their audience. Now, continue with personal brand. If we are talking about personal brand, it means that we're building trust. In this slide, you will see 2 figures. Both of them were doctors. I think everybody knew this Dr. Lee and Doctive, or also known as Dr. Detective. They are both of them are prominent figures in the skincare industry, known for their efforts to promote transparency and authenticity. Both of them emphasize the importance of personal branding, and then they built their audience using their genuine, transparent, and committed to identity of their personal. Now, Dr. Lee focusing in educating consumer about skincare, and Doctive is known for exposing unethical practices in the industry. However, both of them get into a scandal because Doctive exposing Dr. Lee for his unethical marketing skincare product, and I think everybody already know about this situation. And let us continue why personal branding in building trust is very important. So when we are talking about how to influence and how to reach audiences, it is said that authenticity is the key to maintain this kind of relationship between audiences and the influencer. So audience today expect that influencer they have to be genuine, they have to be honest and transparent to their audiences. This is actually a unique ability, a unique ability owned by the influencer, how she or he can engage with their audiences. And then unlike the traditional media such as television, print, and radio, influencer, the way they communicate often feels like it is a conversation rather than a sales page. And this personal touch help influencer to connect more intimate with their followers, who are increasingly seek honest and transparency. Okay. So what is the impact of those content delivered by influencer? When influencers use the right communication strategy, they can extend their reach beyond their immediate audience to new followers. And then by creating contents that aligns with interests of both of their followers, influencers can position themselves as a valuable for marketing asset. So personal branding can also be advantageous for them to sell something because they have a lot of followers. So their influence allows brand to leverage their existing to the audience and create a mutually beneficial relationship. Now, this is one of the Gen Z influencer. His name is Rian Fahardi. He was called the president of Gen Z. I don't know whether this Rian represent all of you or in this audience knew him, but well, I'm gonna talk about him. Okay, this is Rian. Who is Rian? Rian is a Gen Z influencer. He is concerned. His main topic is related with political issues and government policy, and he become popular because he comment on a viral case named Borka, a hacker who once leaked Indonesian government data, and Rian has become more active in voicing public opinions and aspiration. He believed that criticism is necessary for government to improve and addressing issues. So his main topic or how he influence his follower is about political issue. In one of his content, Rian stated that the government should be tested more than it is praised. Criticism is a way to identify problems. So for those who are like Rian Fahardi and like his content, most probably have a great interest in political communication. So his TikTok account has reached 1.7 million followers with a total of 54.8 million likes to date. Okay, now what we learn in Rian about his vision, he would like to educate Generation Z and shape the public perception through digital content, and he used TikTok. And then one of Rian Fahardi content on the political message through video, a series of video, he called that Gen Z Buka Mata. And then in each video, Rian present a competitive element. He used rhetoric, he used political advertisement, he even do content with propaganda. So he creates narrative that feel relevant and real for Gen Z audiences. So this demonstrates how influencers such as Rian can use strategic persuasive communication to convey desired values through digital media. And so that is the general explanation about personal branding and also Rian. But the importance of these slides is when we talk about ethic. Ethic is something need to be addressed during the delivering of the content through social media. So it's not only Rian, but we ourselves using social media and also for the Gen Z. So according to Marwick, ethic and transparency have become increasingly important in the digital age. As influencers continue to shape consumer opinions, their authenticity and ethical behavior are under examination. The content they produce must not only resonate with their audience, but also address the ethical standard to preserve. Okay, to preserve what? To preserve trust. Okay, so this influencer has to maintain their integrity and openness to their communicate. Okay. And then, so what is social media etiquette and ethics? Etiquette is a proper way to behave. We call it manners. And ethic is a study on the ideas of good and bad behavior. I think for those who like to watch key drama or Korean drama, and then the recent one is in Netflix, Squid, apa? What do you call it? There's there's this phenomenon, Squid Game, Squid Game 2. There these actors, the actor play as a transgender, and then following after the success of this series, the Squid Game, he posts something. From the audience, do you remember the name of the actor? Because this sounds familiar to me, so I cannot remember who the name this person. But actually, the case is happened a week ago. So he posts something in his Instagram, less than a minute. And then what happened is the netizen of Korea use their power to punish. It's a social punish. It's like a cancel culture. And then this actor whom supposed to get involved with another project for the K-drama project, he decided to withdraw himself from the project because of what he's doing, because because of his post in Instagram. So these two things, etiquette and ethic, is very important when we use social media. So for those who Gen Z or for other generation using social media, please consider this prior using social media. So it's like in Islam, as a Muslim, if we receive information and before we cascade information, we think whether the information is important for us to cascade or not. So it's called tabayun, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so consider this before we use social media. So from personal social action to professional to brand social action, there's this phases. So from this phase, you should ask yourself, is it about me? Am I talking to someone? Am I spamming them? Am I venting? Or do ask before I tag, and etc. So this is uh, uh, what important from personal branding and from Gen Z as an influencer, that etiquette and ethics play an important role for them before posting something in their social media or before they conduct or produce content. So this is the first five outline that already discussed to you, and then to know more about self identity and self presentation management of Gen Z. Will be explained by Dr. Farida, a specific explanation from Dr. Farida using the government theory of communication. Dr. Farida, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, candidate doctor Miss Makfira Hanafi. Thank you, Ibu Agustin, as the moderator today. And I'm just continuing what Miss Fira has been explaining to us. As explained by Ibu Makfira regarding the Gen Z and social media, we could see that the social media serve as a powerful instrument to influence societies, And this is not just being, social media is not just a means of communication. So what I'm going to share here, maybe it is kind of reflection for us. And when we talk about individual presentation, maybe in communication field, there is a theory initiated by Erving Goffman. So we could see that if we talk about social media have significantly transformed individuals, particularly Gen Z, in engaging in self-presentation. Because Gen Z, as mentioned by Ibu Fira, they are referred to as digital natives because they have grown up with the ability to curate and showcase their persona online. Next, please. Next slide, Ibu Fira. Yes. Okay, maybe next, I forget to delete this slide because it's the same with the next slide. Next. Yeah. According to Goffman's idea about self-presentation and identity, Goffman's idea provides an interpretive frameworks for self-presentation and identity, which scholars now have refined to suit different contexts and examining social interactions and reflecting modern people's everyday lives as well. And Gen Z may effectively engage in self-presentation through social media, which give them the opportunity to curate their digital identities and meticulously design their online persona. And as mentioned by Ibu Fira about personal branding through social media, so we can see this phenomena on the lens of Goffman's theory in the context of online. Next, please. Yes, how Gen Z presents their life on the digital stage. The theory of self-presentation is one of well-known theory in communication fields initiated by Erving Goffman. And maybe we should see that Goffman offered that there are two stages for individuals to present their life. The first is front stage and the second is backstage. So how the perspective of Goffman become the lens of presentation in the context of online. Next, please. Yes, stage is front stage. Gen Z presents an idealized version of themselves on social media, like selecting photos and also videos and captions. So this is what we call content curation. Content curation is how Gen Z manage and also select what they consider the best or the proper post they want to share in the social media. So maybe they use filter and then choosing mobile phone or device that support them with the sharp or smart camera, and then using platform for editing and then manage the sound and so on for the best post. Okay, next. Yes. While social media primarily showcases the front stage, I think that Gen Z also has a backstage where they can express their true selves, share unfiltered ideas, and connecting with their close friends and also the family. So, the backstage show their authenticity in their life, and most of Gen Z keep their private life in the backstage. Okay. Next. Yeah. I'm talking about impression management, and I would like to share that I have a class consists of 30 students. When I was interviewing with them about their use of social media, all of them have social media, of course, and 20 of them have second account. And then I asked them why they use second accounts. Yeah, there are many reasons why they use second accounts and even fake accounts. And maybe if I can generalize the reasons, yeah, we can say that what they do is for impression management because this is a kind of how to promote themselves into some tactics. So there are next slide, Bu Fira. Yeah. I would like to share maybe in my perspective how Gen Z manage their impression through social media. There are maybe five strategy or five tactics. The first thing is highlighting achievement. I press something, yeah. Yes, highlighting achievement, maybe Gen Z can share about their achievement, maybe in their school or their college. And then the second is positive experiences. Maybe they meet someone or they meet a standing person and then they post to their social media. And the third is selecting and filtering content. Uh, Maybe about this, we could see that selecting and filtering content, they need to present a consistent and maybe regarding the aesthetic thing they want to share. And then about the selected personal information, yeah, in this context, how selected personal information is a way to self-image curation. And most of Gen Z, they prefer to keep their real or their secret life. So in this thing, this is a kind of strategic or smart self-disclosure for sharing personal information selectively. And for what? Of course, to build trust and maybe intimacy with the audience. And then the fifth strategy is monitoring comments. Although the Gen Z responds to the feedback, so they need to adjust, they tend to adjust their online persona according to what netizens need from them. So yeah, for impression management, they tend to monitor the comments. Okay. Next, please. Next slide. Yes. Yeah. This is maybe the last slide, but before I close this session, I want to share that. However, I just consider about one thing. Although the social media is powerful for us to share anything, but there are some challenges when we are doing online with social media. The first is social media may potentially give pressure to conform. What I mean here is sometimes we emphasize when somebody present an idealized or ideal self. So it potentially can make pressure because we or maybe Gen Z need to conform to meet what people expect to us. For example, about the standard of beauty, maybe. So we choose proper clothing and then maybe proper cosmetics, for example. And then the second one is concerning about mental health. Why? When we tend to curate or we select things to present our image, so it can probably contribute to feelings of like inadequacy or low self-esteem or low self-confidence. Because sometimes people and then we compare ourselves to others, thing like that. And then the third is about authenticity vs performance. As Ibu Vira said, that personal branding is about authenticity, but maybe we should discuss about authenticity vs performance. Sometimes when we strike maybe a balance between presenting an authentic self and performing to audience, it can be difficult, I think. Why? Because there are some considerations. As my students said that they feel fear of judgment when we receive maybe negative reaction or negative comment. So they can lead to maybe someone will be reluctant to share genuine or authentic thoughts or feeling. And then the second is they desire for validation. The desirable for validation, like common like and share, is important for Gen Z to build their their personal branding. So how we could make balance with the between authenticity and performance? So I think that there is some several things that we have to consider. First is we have to share authentically. I mean that why this is important, because what we share is about what we do. So maybe we prioritize genuine connection. For genuine connection, so we could share like our interests or values that relate to ourselves. And then second is we could set like a boundaries. I mean that we have to limit the time on spending social media use, and then we have to we try to avoid comparing ourselves to others. Because I think that it will maintain a healthy perspective of us. So, and maybe the next is focus on personal growth, because using social media is for self-expression and for self-promotion as well. So I think that about how we could see the Gen Z and social media is how we could balance in using social media among young generation. Okay, thank you. Maybe this is our last presentation, and we are giving back to Ibu Agustin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Mafira and Miss Farida for the wonderful presentation. And I would like to invite everyone to engage in discussion. Are there any questions for second speaker? Maybe you can raise hand or maybe write on the chat box. But before we waiting for the question from the audience, I really have question for you, for both of you. We know that the influencer in Indonesia is rapidly increased, And with the influencer like Ryan Fardian, how can digital content creator like Ryan Fardian can ensure their work, reminding the authenticity and related with the ethical practice? Especially, we know that considering about the digital ethic, they still left behind while technology, trend, and digital content are advancing rapidly pace. It's really increased right now, but the digital ethics still left behind. Miss Vira and
Okay,
Farida? Yeah.
thank you, Miss Agustin. Baida, would you like to would you like to answer the question first or me?
Yes, you
Yeah.
first. Okay, Mbak Vira, Bu Vira.
Okay, Miss Agustin, that is correct. Rian Fahri is only one of influencer Gen Z in Indonesia, which means how can challenges faced by Rian Fahri is how he can sustain his authenticity to his audience. Versus the upcoming influencers that use different content and then also didn't put any consideration on ethic. If I'm not mistaken, that is your question because ethic currently is left behind. It means that everybody compete to create or produce content. They are entertained and then can be accepted by audiences and more lightly. And sometimes it not considering any of this antiquate or the ethic, if I'm not mistaken, that is the question. So until the day, for the time being, Rian Fardi is still committed with his vision about educating Gen Z through social media with his vision about politics and economics. So he still stay in his path, and then this has become one of the differentiate between other influencer in Gen Z generation. For Rian Fahardi, he received amount of attention, and then he was what do you call? He talked some. He he become one of the guest speakers in Narasi with Najwa Shihab, means that he has this authenticity to bring something is different from other influencers in his generation. So well, this is becoming a challenge just because ethic and etiquette is left behind. I do hope, because this is one of the study or research made from one of my students. So I do really hope that Rian Fardi could committed and educate not only in terms of his politic or economics value to the Gen Z, but also to remind that every of content that he produced is also going to the pace of etiquette or ethics. That is the question, the answer. Hopefully it's suitable with your question. So Baida or Dr. Farida, maybe you can give a complete answer for this question.
Yes. I would like to share about an example about the social media and the authenticity and also the ethics. I want to share that I have a friend and she is a young mother and with her son is I forgot that 3 or 4 years and she is also a lecturer in one of department in my campus. And now she is also a content creator with and she's using TikTok social media with the account named Omar and Mom Official. What she's been doing is she has been creating content and involved her son, but in teaching, it is not. It is it good for toddler or a kid that been taught by by her mother in 2 languages. I mean that my friend has been teaching 2 languages, Indonesian and English, at the same time to her son. Since the son was 1 or 2 years, and I mean my friend and her son, is sharing their conversation and then their education content into the social media. And sometimes because in Indonesia maybe some mothers are worrying if they teach 2 languages to their children, there will be speech delay. But with the content that has been created by my friends in the account Omar and Mom, they can prove that teaching children in 2 languages is okay. And one day I asked her, is there any negative comments for you in your social media that you did child abuse because you involve toddler in your content? Yes, of course. But I clarify, she has been, I want to say that she has been invited by a TV station in Indonesia, and she has been telling about what she has been doing in this content, that actually what she share is about education. What she share is about how to teach languages, Indonesian and English at the same time to children. It is okay. And moreover, my friends is because he is a teacher, English teacher, so I think that it is a good example for us that giving authenticity is a must in sharing in social media. And we can share like what my friend said is about we can post educative content that is useful for our society, for our family, maybe. So I think that authenticity is a need for us present how what we want to have from our netizen, from our audience. So this is what I need to share about the maybe the Gen Z or the user of social media in using social media. Thank you.
Oh, okay. It's nice, the example, because we know that algorithm in social media also really high valuable for the video that have authenticity and also the trend maybe. Okay, Miss Farida and Miss Mafira, we have 2 questions in the text box. I will read it for you. Ma'am, I have a question for you. What are the ethical challenges faced by influencers when promoting content or brand? You want to answering first, or maybe we can go to the next question?
Dr. Fira, you may. answer to the question?
Thank you, Dr. Farida. So the question is, what ethical challenge when posting content? Is it right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me show you what is ethical challenge when posting content. So the previous, we talk about ethic in posting content in social media. Etiquette is a proper way to behave. It means manner, and ethic is a good and bad behavior. So when we think about the two terms, etiquette and ethics, it's like envelope and what do you call it? Perangko, a stamp. Yeah. So the two of them complete each other. Means what I am saying about in Muslim, we learn that tabayun is part of the etiquette and also ethic when we want to post something in social media. We receive information or we want to share something to our follower or to other people or to the audience, means that we have to think carefully before we deliver or before we cascade that kind of information, whether it is produced by us or it been produced by somebody else. It means that in ways of strategy in communicating between the two terms, which is the etiquette and the ethics, this is a table that everybody can learn about what do we need to think before we post something or before we post our content. So this table consists of three, which is personal action, and then professional social action, and the third is brand social action. So if you are a personal influencer or not, or using social media, this is the phases that you need to ask yourself before you put the content into the social media. So what happened to the Korean actor who got cancel culture by the netizen of Korea because he posted something less than a minute? The actor of Squid Game, and he's very famous, and then he got canceled and he withdraw the male leading actors in his next project, is because he didn't think about the etiquette and also the ethics when posting his content to his Instagram. And somehow these cases also happen with during the changes of with the Indonesian soccer ball, the Korean guys.
Sintayong.
I'm sorry
Oh.
because I'm not a fan of football, but I do remember.
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
remember one of the posts made by the admin of WUS. You know WUS.
Oh,
WUS
yeah,
is one of
yeah.
the.
That
Yes, you
was
remember
very
this.
trending.
Yeah, this is trending. It's a very it's viral because it's short, short short word, but it means a lot. So if you remember that that case, it means that in everything that we do, if we use social media as our daily gadget, I mean daily it means that we need to think about the etiquette and also the ethic first. So this presentation can be cascade to everyone. So in this seminar, so they can study more about how we do these phases, not only for personal action, but also for professional and also for brand. Okay, that is for me. Thank you, Miss Agustin.
Okay, thank you, Miss Farida, for the answer. We have two last question from Istiqomah. Hi ma'am, my question for you is how does the frequent use of social media by Gen Z influence their cognitive development and attention span? And the second question is, and to what extent does the use of user-generated content influence Gen Z's trust in brand or organization? Maybe Miss Mafira or Miss Farida can answer the question.
I want to add the more information about what the Dr. or Miss Fira have mentioned about the ethical challenges in using social media or when we promote content. Maybe we have to consider about the potency of privacy violation, because as we know that today there are some harmful things maybe in using, if we are not careful or we are not aware, because there are some cases regarding the stolen data, because stolen data, I think that it can be used for identity theft, and also about financial fraud, and also phishing, and even blackmail. I think that we have to be more careful about using social media, because it can be a manipulation also, because the data can be used to manipulate maybe to manipulate user behavior, and then to influence maybe public opinions also, and even it can predict and exploit vulnerabilities of the user of social media. So I think that this is the challenges in using social media, that we have to be more aware about this. Maybe Miss Vira will answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Farida. So the question is, I try to read this one, okay? Hi, ma'am. My question for you is, how does the frequent use of social media by Gen Z influence their cognitive development and attention of span? Means that if Gen Z, if I'm, please, Istiqomah, correct me. Your question is, if we are Gen Z and we use frequent on social media, do this going to affect our cognitive development? And the answer is yes, of course. If you use social media as your daily basis, and the frequency of the use of your social media is very frequent, it gonna affect not only your cognitive but also your behavior. Let's say this is a very good example for example like this. If you wake up first thing in the morning, what do you look for? Istiqomah. What do you look? I look into your eyes. I look into I'm looking for my handphone. Am I right? Okay, because uh, 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 okay, it's a new message. Yes, ma'am. Okay, you look into your handphone. That this will bring an effect to our cognitive development also. So if we see content that are most probably what do you call it? In bahasa, you call it receh, Dr. Farida. Means if you have this content only for entertainment only, means that you develop your cognitive brain for something is lightly only for those kind of topics. Means you're not increasing or enhancing the way of your cognitive to develop. Means you have to read something to become more critical. You need analysis on the content. You didn't do that. It means that there's something wrong with the development of your cognitive in the future if you are continue to use social media only for topics is receh. Okay, so and what to extent does the use of what is it? Does the use of user-generated content influence Gen Z trust in brand and organization? Okay, Istiqomah, please correct me. How this influence of Gen Z making effort to one brands or organization? Am I right? As a KOL, key opinion leader, when he say something and then you trust what he's saying about this product or services, is it right? Okay, if a KOL or influence, especially Gen Z, if he or she talk about something, or he or she promote something to his follower, as a follower of this KOL, do you trust him or her? So Istiqomah, that is my question to you. Do you trust his or her content? Okay, ma'am. So some trust because you are one of the follower of that influencer. You like him, you like her because she or he has this value, she or he has this vision, same as you. You become his or her follower, right? And you begin to give your trust to him. So everything that he or she said about something, you agree. Okay, sorry, here the sound here is not good, Istiqomah said. But I don't know whether my explanation reach into the audience or not. Miss Agustin? Okay. So hopefully for Istiqomah, it means that how this influencer can influence and give an effect to his follower, of course, because oh, I'm sorry, I have to decline this. There's a call. So okay, I'm sorry. So if we are talking about building trust and you are one of the followers, it means that literally you trust him or her when she or he say something or give. So it's a part of personal branding. If he or she successfully building his persona to his or her followers, to you, of course, you going to see him as someone who will look after. It means that or she said about in his content. Okay, hopefully this is the Istiqomah question about trust and also cognitive development. Thank you, Miss Agustin.
Okay, thank you, Miss Mafira and Farida, for the answer the question. I think what we talking about the receh content in Indonesia. It's remind me about the film or the series in Netflix. What you eat is what you are. Maybe you are what you eat. Yeah, you are what you eat. It's like when we know that the receh content can have maybe bad cognitive effect. Maybe we are what you consume in social media. Is that correct? Okay. Miss Vira and Miss Farida, because the time is up, maybe we can close the presentation. And thank you for the presentation, for the wonderful presentation. It's really have me the wonderful insight about the Gen Z and also the influencer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Miss
And
Thank you, Dr. Farida, and thank you to all audiences.
Thank you.
okay.
For
Goodbye. See you later, Miss Farida and Miss Mafira. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the IVSC 2024, 2025 Season 1 and Season 2. After the break, we will continue in Season 3 and 4, featuring more exciting topic. And I am Augustine Mustika Khairil as the moderator of this season. Thank you. Thank you, Elta, for the thank you, and see you later.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. I'm Ravinia Karina as a moderator. Hello all, how are you today? This is a final day of IVSC 2025. Was amazing. We are also excited to announce the winner of the Challenge IVSC 2025 competition at the last session. So stay tuned. On this night session, we are truly excited to have you join us as we dive into a topic that is both timely and crucial in the rapidly evolving world of journalism. AI-generated news, threat or opportunity for Malaysian and Indonesian journalism. As we all know, artificial intelligence is increasingly playing a prominent role in various sectors, including the media industry, from news rating to content curation. AI is transforming the way news is produced and consumed. But with this technological advancement come important questions. We are fortunate to have you a panel of distinguished experts with us today, and I'm looking forward to hearing their perspective on this fascinating and vital issue. So without further ado, let's get started. Dr. Muhammad Rakib Muhammad Sofyan from USIM, Universitas Sains Islam Malaysia. Hello, Mr. Rakib.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, give applause. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. So I can start now, yeah? Inshallah. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon for everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here, yeah, with all of you here. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much to the organizer, Sida, or I call it Universitas Muhammadiyah, Sidoarjo, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you so much for the opportunity, yeah, to share whatever that I have, yeah, whatever that I know on the knowledge on the AI and also journalism. Thank you so much for the attendance, for the audience. Thank you so much. I know it's right now in Malaysia, it's 12:50. I understand this is the time for us, yeah, to have lunch, yeah, usually. And I believe in Indonesia also right now, it's around 11:50, yeah, it's noon, yeah. So I really appreciate for those who come and join this session during this lunchtime, but it's okay. Whatever it is, we will try to make the best for this session, and I hope you will learn so much, yeah, on this topic. So inshallah, today I'm going to discuss on the topic on AI and also journalism, a threat or also opportunity for the Malaysian and also Indonesian industry, or we call it as the industry of the journalism media. So I hope we can have a very fruitful discussion. If you have any questions, inshallah, at the end of this session, we will try to have a discussion, or you can also share whatever experiences that you have, and then yeah, inshallah, hopefully we can build a better future for the media industry, especially in Malaysia and Indonesia. Yeah, can I have the slides, please? Inshallah, Miss Ravinia. Okay, so again, this is my topic: AI-generated news, threat or opportunity for Malaysia and also Indonesian journalism. So next slide, please. Okay, I would like to take this opportunity, yeah, to explain briefly about me myself. I am Dr. Muhammad Rakib Muhammad Sofyan. Currently, I'm a senior lecturer in Universitas Sains Islam Malaysia. Previously, we had a very fruitful collaborations. I can say very beneficial collaborations with other Universitas Muhammadiyah in Indonesia, for example, Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and I hope in the future, inshallah, with my colleague Dr. Fauzia Hassan, we can have a better, also we can have a good collaboration, yeah, with Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. Sidoarjo is Siraja, I'm not mistaken, yeah. So basically my expertise is in journalism, media studies, and also representation of Islam. So I hope this will be will be a stepping stone, yeah, for us to have a more fruitful discussion or collaborations in the future. So today's topic, I think is quite interesting, and also is also related to my expertise. So I hope we can share whatever that we have in order for us to really understand the ethical concerns of using AI, yeah, especially in journalism. Yes, next please. Okay, so I mean, just for introduction, what is AI in journalism? Basically, we use AI in journalism basically in automated news writing. Basically, when we want to write our news, or we want to start to write our feature articles. Sometimes I believe most of us journalists, we use AI to get some ideas. That's the basic one. Yeah, but also if you want to say in AI in journalism, basically some of the journalists, they also use AI in order for them to write better. Yeah. For example, I had a very short research. I did a very short research on how the journalists how they use AI, and mostly because these journalists are some of them are my students. So I had this privilege to ask them comfortably. Okay, how did you use AI? So some of my students who's working in the media industry in Malaysia right now, when I asked this question, they said, "Oh, doctor, I'm using AI when I need to do some corrections or amendments to my grammar." Okay, it's okay, good. I also use AI in order for me to get some ideas. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, as mentioned here, is also about content recommendation. Yeah, and also some of my students also said, "Doctor, I use AI in order for me to get a better understanding of an issue." Yeah, that's good because I mean, it's a basic concept that must be understood by all the journalists before we go for an interview. In order for us to ask clever questions, we must know the context. We must know the issues that related to the person that we're going to interview. So these are the things that we use AI in journalism. Yeah. So workers in the media industry can use artificial intelligence to create images, illustrations, and infographics for news stories. These tools help the design process, which usually requires time and expertise and can produce relevant visuals by inputting text or data. And I think right now we have a lot of AI machines that can help us in order for us to get pictures, in order for us to get graphics, infographics by using AI. So I can see also the trend right now. If the journalists in some of the news portals, I can see when they don't have any pictures, they will use AI to generate the pictures, to generate the infographics. So again, all these things is good for me right now because they are helping us, especially journalists, to produce something. But again, we must also consider about the ethical consideration. That is what we are going to discuss today in this topic. Okay, next. All right, so how AI is important in journalism, especially in Malaysia and Indonesia. Number one, enhancing efficiency in news production. As I mentioned to you, some of the media industry in Malaysia right now, when we want to have news production, we use AI to find for the news. Yeah, we have some apps. When I ask the journalists also, yes, they have this AI in order for them to track news. Number one. Number two, again, as I mentioned to do, addressing information gaps. Sometimes we have these information gaps. Yeah, for example, the media industry, some of the media HQs, or we call it as this media industry, maybe they don't get some information in other part of the country. So how they want to get it? They use AI. Yeah, and for example, sometimes right now when we want to get some news or we want to get some information about countries that very far from us, how can we get this info? We use AI. Yeah. As I mentioned to you just now in the first slide, we want to know about the context. Yeah, we want to contextualize the story. Yeah, especially when we want to write feature stories, we must know some information. How are we doing this? We can use AI. So that's number two. How also AI is very important. Number three, in tackling fake news. I cannot deny that AI is also one of the contributors of fake news, but somehow AI can also tackle fake news. For example, I had this one, if I'm not mistaken, this one topic on one celebrity in Malaysia. I don't want to mention names, but when we discuss on this celebrity, so when I wanted to get to know more about this person, I will try to get his information in AI. So some of the info in AI basically debunk the information that I have already have about these celebrities. Okay, so again, AI sometimes they can also give us information, but somehow we must also be careful of the information. We must try to, again, as mentioned by the by the other speakers just now, when we get some information, when we have some information, we must try to validate. We must try to ask again, is it this information that I've received here, is it true? So again, we have to validate, but somehow AI can also help us in tackling this fake news. I mean, fake news is very easy to spread right now. Yeah, I mean, for example, we have a lot of issues right now, especially in issues, for example, like in Israel and also Palestine. Yeah, and for I don't know, majority of Muslims, yeah, in in Malaysia and also in around the world, I believe they are happy with the news yesterday, when they announced that they will cease fire, between the Israel and also Palestine war. Again, what I'm trying to say, to tell you here, sometimes the information that we receive, we must also check. We must also counter-validate. Is it true or not? Yeah, because usually during this time, during this peak time of an issue, people like to,
Dia makin susah
share.
ya.
People like to share sensational information, so that it can be shared by others too. So again, this is how AI is important in Malaysia and also Indonesia. Number 4, personalization and audience engagement. Yeah, audience engagement is also important. Okay, because for example, for influencers, yeah, they use AI to produce videos. They use AI to produce content. Yeah, this is also important when they want to get some engagement with the audience. Yeah, and the last one, supporting investigative journalism. I believe when we want to do investigative journalism, sometimes we use AI to get some, news that is not really being shared in the mainstream media. Yeah, for example, right now, Alhamdulillah, I am teaching also a subject on investigative journalism. Okay, so when I teach this subject, I've never discouraged. Yeah, I've never discouraged my students from using AI, because I know sometimes whatever information given by AI, it can also be useful. Yeah. For example, yeah, I can give you one very good example. In here in my place here, we call it as nilai. Basically, we have several places, that is quite hotspot for the illegal immigrants. Yeah, they are using. I mean, they are living here in Nilai, and they are doing business. I can say is I don't know, either is illegal business, or are they using the correct business? I don't know. But somehow in Nilai here, some of them they are doing illegal business. So sometimes the information that they want to get, I mean, basically how my students, when they want to get this sensitive information about these immigrants, illegal immigrants, is quite hard through the mainstream media. So what they did, they use AI. They use ChatGPT, they use Gemini, they use whatever AI that they have. So when they use it, they can get some, information that quite useful for them to contextualize the problem that they are having right now. Okay. Again, there is also another example. My student, they investigated about an issue on this illegal collecting money. Basically, penerima. I mean, in Indonesia we call it as peminta sedekah. Yeah. So this I can say is actually a scam. Yeah. Basically, they have these several people. They will come to one another to a table in a restaurant. So they will ask for money. Apparently, they are looking quite. They are quite. I can say quite poor. They are not really in good health. But when my students, when they investigated this issue, when they ask for information in AI, they can get all this information through AI. I don't know how, but they get some, useful information in order for them to track down who are these people. Okay, and from what I heard, from what I got from my students, actually there were also other groups, from other universities. I don't know where, but they also did the same, research or on this issue on this peminta sedekah. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you here, sometimes AI can also provide us important information that we cannot get it from the mainstream media. Okay, again, that's why I said it's very useful for us, especially for journalists, because journalists, our job is try to be the fourth estate. We must play the function of, the watchdog of the government, of the institution of the country. Yeah, so that's why I think AI is very helpful and also useful in order for us to get all this, I can say, controversial information. Yeah, and how AI did it, I don't know. Yeah, but I think that's how we should, I'm not saying manipulate, but that's how we should use AI in order to get, information that, we might also, we must be careful, but somehow it's also going to be useful for us to get more, information in other ways. Yeah. Okay. Next. All right, so common use of AI in journalism. I would like to briefly introduce to you ChatGPT. I believe many of you here, you already know about ChatGPT, but this is only a brief introduction about ChatGPT. I don't know, maybe some of you here, you never heard of ChatGPT because I cannot assume everyone knows about ChatGPT. For example, in my class, when I asked one of my students, she said, "Doctor, I'm sorry, I've never used ChatGPT. I've never used Gemini. I've never used all this all this AI." I say, how come you never use it? Because it's going to be very helpful, especially in doing your assignment. I'm sorry, doctor, I've never used it. So again, I cannot assume everyone knows what is ChatGPT. Okay, so I would like to briefly discuss, or I would like to briefly explain to you what is ChatGPT is all about. So ChatGPT is an artificial intelligence chat box developed by OpenAI. On the context and suggestions given to it, it generates human-like text using machine learning algorithms. ChatGPT is trained on a vast dataset and can provide assistance on various topics. I believe everyone knows how ChatGPT works. Not everyone, but I think most of us, we know how ChatGPT works. I believe also right now, ChatGPT can be useful in many kind of field. Yeah. For example, me myself, when I would like to do my research, I will also refer to ChatGPT in order for them to, evaluate, not evaluate, I say, in giving their comments. Either my method is okay or not, even though we cannot rely, 100% on ChatGPT, is also is a good way for us to be an eye opener for us, to be better in doing our research. It's released in November 2022. It can understand and also generate human-like text, use natural language processing to generate responses to queries. Even though it mentioned here natural language, somehow, again, that is ChatGPT. It is not human. For example, in Bahasa Malaysia and also Bahasa Indonesia. Bahasa Malaysia and Indonesia is quite identical, is quite the same, but somehow I can know either this person or this student, are they using ChatGPT or their own ideas? If their sentences or their languages that sometimes they combine between Malaysia and also Indonesia, I know this person is using ChatGPT. So this is one of the, I can say, disadvantages of ChatGPT. Okay, because again, they don't really know what is Bahasa Malaysia and what is Bahasa Indonesia. How to differentiate them? I mean, is I mean, is introduced in 2022. Right now, it's only 2025. I believe they will improve more soon. That is why we cannot run away and we cannot avoid this ChatGPT or this AI. Because if we run away from it, I believe we will be left by the world. Okay, so it's only 3 years, but I understand this thing will improve more and more and more. But for the time being, this is one of the disadvantages, in terms of the language, for example, in terms of the context, for example. It provides a user-friendly interface for accessing information, generate response matching the language, tone, style of the input, and also can help in content creation in other sectors of journalism. I would like to share, again, one of the examples of how I use ChatGPT. Previously, I wanted to join an innovation competition. So it's actually an idea innovation. So I joined this one conference. So I had to, present one of my ideas. So the research grant that I have received from my university is actually based on this research on films. So I was thinking of producing a website, or I was thinking of producing, for example, an apps, on how can I handle, or how can I know, or how can I debate on a film, on a religious film, because in Malaysia, When you talk about Islam, when you talk about religious films, when you talk about racial issues, it's going to be very sensitive. So I would like to create an app or website in talking or in handling on this issue, on this religious and also racism movies. Yeah. So I don't know how. I have got the idea, but I don't know how. Yeah, to make it concrete, or how to make it in a very structured way. So again, that's how I use AI. Okay, so I use ChatGPT to help me to get some ideas, and the final product, Alhamdulillah, thank God, I received a gold medal for this innovation competition. But I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to brag about my achievement. But what I would like to try to say you here again, it's good for us to use AI in order for us to be better. Yeah, we must know how to prompt. We must know how to write, or what is the main idea should be from us. But AI should be helping us, yeah, get a better product or a better idea for us. That's how we should use AI for me, yeah, personally. Okay, next. Okay, AI adoption in journalism globally. If you can see here, for instance, 1/3 of the information from Bloomberg News is produced using AI automation. I mean, in the whole world, not only in Malaysia, not only in Indonesia, not only in Southeast Asia, I believe AI has been used extensively in the whole world. Yeah, if you can see here, Bloomberg, they produce AI automation. They produce news from AI automation. According to the Asia Media Center, China's news agency Xinhua has used AI anchors to convey their news since 2018. Right now, newscasters, we don't have to use newscasters anymore. We have AI to do it for us. They developed the first AI-powered male news anchor in 2018, while the first AI-powered female news anchor was introduced in 2023. Okay. Number 3, these digital anchors operate around the clock, which enables the news organization to deliver real-time news updates. Yeah, the consequences is, the world is getting faster and faster and faster. The world do not need humans anymore to do all these things. Again, yeah, the disadvantage of AI, when you see here, AI are giving the news, AI are, creating the news, they will lose this human touch. Okay. Second, in South Korea, artificial intelligence is used to fact-check news items to ensure the material provided is reliable and also impartial. Again, yeah, it's not, AI is not really reliable, but South Korea is using AI in terms of checking their news. Ironically, yeah. As a result, journalists' burden is lessened, freeing them to concentrate on reporting in greater depth. And news organizations such as the Associated Press, or we call it as AP, have employed AI for sports recaps and have been utilizing it to write business earning reports since 2014. Okay, again, yeah, you can see the trend, yeah. For example, in AP, they are using AI to produce sports news, yeah. And the last one, in early 2023, an Indian media group unveiled its full-time artificial intelligence news anchor, a bot named Sana, who presents news updates several times daily. The AI-powered reporter appears on the India Today Group's hashtag news channel. Again, they are using this AI news anchor. Okay, so what can we conclude from all these things that I've shared to you just now? Basically, AI is replacing us. Okay, AI is taking over our jobs. Again, this is another one of the disadvantages of AI. I don't know either you are comfortable with this or not, but to be honest, when I see all these trends that's happening right now, I'm not feeling very comfortable on this. Yeah, to be frank. And again, if I can say, yeah, this trend also, this trend also is going to be a challenge for us. Basically, in this end of this, we are in 2025. We should actually produce more jobs for us, but right now AI is taking over the jobs, so it's going to be a challenge for us in terms of economy, in terms of the survival of the people. Okay, and also it is important for us to recognize this issue, because it's also it's going to be very problematic in terms of how we want to produce jobs for the students. Yeah, the survival of our subjects, survival of our ilmu komunikasi, the communication subjects. Yeah, for the students. Again, we have to be very we will have to be very mindful of this issue. Okay. Again, I would like to share with you also one example how AI is actually not. It's not really. I mean, I can say that it's helpful, but it's not really 100% good for us. For example, I attended this conference, if I'm not mistaken, it's online when I was doing my PhD in USM Penang. So during this conference, we met a lot of, online presenters, and I found out this one presenter, she's from China, okay, she's from China, but she couldn't speak English quite well. It's okay, but she used AI in giving her opinions. So basically, I can say she spoke in Chinese, if I'm not mistaken. She spoke in Mandarin, if I'm not mistaken. But the AI will translate it for her. In one way, it's good because AI is helping her to convey her messages. But the disadvantage is when I ask questions, sometimes this person cannot understand the question. So it's quite problematic because she's also relying on this AI to answer my question. Again, you can see this problem. Again, so I'm not saying AI is totally good, but it's also have its own disadvantage. So we must, again, be mindful of this problem. Okay, next. All right, so in terms of opportunities, I would like to describe a bit about the opportunities of this AI. Number one, faster news production and real-time updates. Especially right now, we are living in this very fast world. My students right now who's working in news portals, they are complaining to me, Doctor, right now we don't have much time. We attend an event in 1 hour or in 30 minutes, we have to update in our news portals. I said, yes, this is the current world. So this is one of the opportunity of AI. It can help us to produce news faster, number one. Number two, in terms of cost effectiveness, reducing manpower needs for repetitive tasks. As I mentioned to you just now, the AI is taking over all of our jobs. I mean, my student also said, Doctor, because of this AI, we don't need too much stuff in one company. My student is right now working in one of very small company, but they are producing content, media content. So they said because of this AI, my manager, they don't want, he doesn't want to get more stuff. So he used the same stuff, but he or she must have 2 or 3 skills, especially they are good in using AI. Again, in terms of cost effectiveness. Number 3, personalization, catering to audience preferences. AI can also help us to detect or to improve our content so that we can cater to the right audiences. And the last one, fact-checking tools. AI's potential to reduce fake news, as what I have discussed in the previous slide before. Is AI sometimes they can also produce fake news, but also it can help in tackling these fake news. I just want to give you one example. I wanted to write about a person. I wanted to write about a public figure, I can say. He's a public figure, so I wanted to write an article about him, and I would like to produce in the USIM website. So when when I wanted to know more about him, so I will go to the internet. Somehow in the internet, not many articles have been written about this particular figure. Okay, that's okay. So I'm using ChatGPT. So I asked some particulars, some details about this public figure. So AI gave me some ideas. Blah 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 blah. This is this person's name, his job, his past experience, blah 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 blah. So I took it, but I did not publish it straight away because I know I still have to interview the person. So in the evening, I met this person in my university because he was giving a talk in my university. So I took this opportunity to interview him. So I asked him, okay, Prof, this is your name. Is it true? Yes, 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 yes. Are you working as a lecturer before? Yes, 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 yes. Are your expertise is in public relations? Then he was like, how come you know all this information? I said, it's from AI. Okay. He said, it's good. But somehow it's also good for you to verify because I was a lecturer in journalism, but I was not from public relation. Okay, so I said, wow, doctor, thankful. I am being thankful to Allah. I'm thankful to God because I asked him first, or else I will assume he's an also expert in public relation. So again, that shows you how AI can also sometimes give you very I can say it's not giving 100% correct information in AI. So you must again, this is shows you how and why you should always try to verify. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, ethical issues and also limitations. So I think this is the most important part that we should try to discuss, and we should try to take some wisdom, yeah, from this problem. Number one, if the data is biased or incomplete, ChatGPT may generate inaccurate or misleading responses. Yeah, as I mentioned to you just now, sorry, sometimes AI they give some incorrect information. So we must always, as a journalist or someone who teach journalism subjects, we must try to encourage our students do not rely 100% on AI. We must ask them to go and verify this information. It's good for them to get some context or information on this on a problem or an issue, but they must also go and try, yeah, interview the person or the sources. Okay, I understand sometimes, journalists, they might feel lazy, they might feel scared to ask questions to the sources, but that is the basic skills that a journalist should have. We must not feel scared, we must not feel discouraged to ask questions. Okay, again, in order for us to be able to ask clever questions. Number one. Number two, AI generated content may lack the personal touch, creativity, critical thinking, and unique voice of human writers. That's correct. When I interviewed one of my, respondents for my research on AI, they said, Doctor, yes, we can use AI in order for us to get some information, or we want to get some ideas, or we want to create bombastic headline, but sometimes they lack this human touch. Okay, they lack this human touch. AI cannot, AI, they cannot produce 100% format of a writing of writing a news. They don't AI, they do not know the real format, but I believe in 2-3 years they will improve on this again. Yeah, I know, because I believe AI is, improving its features every day. Yeah, day by day they are improving it. So but the time being, AI, they are lacking of this human touch. Number two. Number three, the use of AI in journalism raises questions about transparency, accountability, and bias, which need to be addressed to ensure the integrity of news reporting. Sometimes, for example, if you are writing about a religion, sometimes you might ask, what is the best religion in the world? You can try to ask from AI. Sometimes maybe they give a biased answer, or they ask, what is the best what is the majority race in Malaysia? We don't know lah. Maybe AI will answer Muslims, or maybe they give Chinese or Indians. But again, they might give some biased answers. Again, these things we must be careful. Okay, maybe for Malaysians, me myself or just now speaker Mr. Kenneth, maybe we already know the context or the problems or these concerns or issues in Malaysia, but we don't know about others from other countries. Maybe from Indonesia, when I would like to know more about Indonesia, I can ask my friends. Alhamdulillah, because I have a lot of friends from Indonesia. But maybe from other countries, or maybe from Indonesians who don't know anything about Malaysian. They don't know about Malaysia, but they want to know more about Malaysia, so they might use ChatGPT to get some ideas. So again, we must try to see either ChatGPT is being fair, is being accurate, is being fair to in giving information about Malaysia to them. Yeah, because, for example, why I said this, because I have done several research, on the relationship between Malaysia and also Indonesia. Yeah, for example, when I talk about football, is going to be a very heated issue between Malaysia and also Indonesia. Yeah, they would say, oh, Malaysia and everything, because Malaysia and Indonesia, we have a very, what we call it, historic rivalry, in football. Yeah, but again, that's why I said, when people like us, especially the majority, the normal citizens of Malaysia and Indonesia, we want peace between both countries. So again, when we refer to the ChatGPT, we must try and we must make sure ChatGPT is giving accurate information. Okay, because we don't want them to give false information that can create prejudice or disharmony between, especially between the people of Malaysia and also Indonesia in this context of discussion. Yeah. Next, the increased use of AI in news reporting may lead to the loss of jobs for writers, editors, and other professionals in industry, as I mentioned just now. Yeah, my student, he has to do 2 or 3 jobs. Yeah, that previously they could have 3 jobs. Right now, he must do 3 jobs as for one person. Okay, so again, this is going to have some impact on our economy, on our future of our students. And the last one, cultural sensitivity. AI's inability to fully grasp the local context and nuances. As I mentioned to you just now, maybe the AI, they don't know the context of a country. For example, in a Muslim country, we have some traditions, we have some cultures that we have to follow. Yeah, maybe this AI, they don't know when they want, for example, if a person asks you to come up with a news regarding Saudi Arabia, for example, I'm giving you Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they have very, very vast of culture. They have very quite different culture, from us, especially in the Southeast Asia. So if we are depending only on AI information, it can also create confusion. It also can create disharmony, in understanding about culture. Again, these are the things that we have to really be mindful and try to tackle this problem. Okay, next. Okay, journalism in Malaysia and Indonesia. Because when I would like to discuss these ethical considerations in using AI in Malaysia and also Indonesia, we must also understand the context of the current state of journalism in both countries. I believe in both countries, the media is evolving. Yeah, I can see that the media is getting freer in both countries. Yeah, and I really, I mean, when I discuss about media, especially to my students, I always see Indonesia is a good model country for us to really, to learn about what free media is all about. I know it's not perfect, but when I went to Indonesia before, I always see that, the people of Indonesia and the media in Indonesia, you are quite critical of the government. Yeah. And you are doing it not because you are hating the government, because you want improvements. Yeah. So I always tell my students, if you want to learn more about democratization, or you want to learn more about how the media should work, how the media should function, I say Indonesia is a good country to learn. Yeah. So journalism in Malaysia, Indonesia, I can see is evolving with the current new of leadership. In Malaysia also we have a new prime minister starting from 2022, and also in Indonesia you just had your what we call it, you just had your pilihan raya, your election. So I believe your country is going to the right direction, but I hope the development in both countries in terms of the journalism should be always free from the media should be free lah. I want to say more, but the media should be free, in order for us to get good information. Number 2, the role of traditional and also digital media. I believe everyone can agree with me right now. The current state of the media right now, we are moving towards the digital media. That is why you can see right now the distribution of the physical newspapers, for example, is decreasing quite drastic in Malaysia. I don't know about in Indonesia, but from what I read from the reports all around the world, the trend of the distribution of the physical newspapers are decreasing. Also in Malaysia right now, if I would like to find any physical newspaper, it's very hard. I cannot find it easily in the shops right now. I have to go to the mall, for example, to go to a bookstore, for example. Okay, and the last one, the challenges unique to those markets, government regulations, language, and also culture. The government regulations, I understand. In Malaysia also, we have some regulations. In Indonesia, we have also some regulations. For example, when I discuss with my friends or colleagues from Universitas Muhammadiyah, they said also, oh, doctor, right now in Indonesia, we have this new regulation that, blah, 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 blah. So meaning that regulation will be there. Okay, the regulations set by the government will always be there. So we as educators, we as academicians, we also as researchers, we must always, be play our role, yeah, to watch and also to comment, also to give suggestions, to do research on how these regulations and also language and also culture can also help the government to produce a media that that is free from any ownership. I mean, it's not easy for us to say the media is free from ownership, but somehow it also help us to to follow the principles of journalism, to be the watchdog of the government, to be the fourth estate, as I mentioned in the previous slides. And again, in order for us to know more the problems, the challenges of AI that can also add to this problem, we must clearly understand the context of journalism in Malaysia and also Indonesia. So I think this can be, we can discuss more, and we can also try to produce a paper on how AI pose these challenges to the Malaysian and also Indonesian journalism. That should be our main target lah, ya, insyaAllah. Hopefully, ibu-ibu dosen-dosen, we can try to discuss more on this, insyaAllah. Okay, next. Okay, controversies around the uses of AI in news media. I don't know in Malaysia and also Indonesia, but globally there are a lot of problems. Yeah, that I saw, that I also read from other mediums for this. For example, the New York Times. Yeah, they sued OpenAI and Microsoft for copyright infringement. Yeah, and last August, I think last year's August. Yeah, NewsGuard found AI chatbot plagiarizing thousands of news articles. Again, AI that should actually helping us, they are also having this problem of plagiarizing thousands of news articles. Okay, next one. I saw there's also one problem here. The US media outlet Sports Illustrated, the media outlet Sports Illustrated in November was accused of publishing AI-generated content under fake bylines. Okay, even though Sports Illustrated denied these allegations, okay, one of their senior executives has been fired. Again, yeah, how AI managed to create fake bylines. Again, yeah. Next one, there is also one problem here. Yeah, one of the media companies announcing mass staff layoffs after losing its license agreement in relation to the mixed payments. Again, to the missed payments. Sorry, again, that shows you how these problems of people losing jobs, especially because of AI, is not only happening in Malaysia and also Indonesia, but it's happening around the world. Yeah, it's happening around the world. Again, just to share with you, I read one of the article, if I'm not mistaken, from Vero, AI and journalism in Southeast Asia. I mean, if you have the time, you can try to scroll your website or go and find about this website, Vero ASEAN, Vero Asian, VERO ASEAN, ASEAN. Basically, this article, they discuss about the role of AI in journalism, especially in Southeast Asia. So they had done this one research, yeah, basically to the journalists in Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, and also another one, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, and also another country I forgot. But most of the countries, and Thailand, sorry. Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and also Philippines. So all this in Southeast Asia, basically, most of them, they agreed AI have been helping them in producing better news. That's number one. Okay. Somehow, most of the journalists in Southeast Asians, yeah, they say that AI is actually, they have this concern on these ethical concerns. Meaning that all the journalists, they understand AI can also produce ethical concerns. Yeah. And number two, they are quite worried about cybersecurity risk. Okay. So meaning that our Southeast Asian colleagues, yeah, our Southeast Asian friends, especially from the journalists, they are also having this problem of ethical concerns. Yeah. And other factors also, they are quite worry about human level replacement and also AI policy and governance. Yeah, I believe because of this AI also, the government, especially, I don't know about Indonesia, but in Malaysia right now, the government, they are focusing a lot. They are putting a lot of effort in trying to do or using more AI in the country. Yeah. Also, for example, in my university right now, they are focusing a lot on AI. How can we use AI in our PNP, yeah, in our teaching and learning experience. Again, yeah, this is quite a challenge for us. How can, how can we teach our students, yeah, and without having this problem of, of how can we innovation, how can we do innovations in our teaching for our students, especially in using AI? This is also another challenge for us, because in order for us to have a better understanding of this AI thing, we must also equip ourselves with the correct skills. If we don't have the skills, it's also hard for us to teach our students. Again, yeah. So I believe starting from 2005 until next 2 years, I don't know, the country is moving towards AI, and we as educators, we as we as docents, we as lecturers, we must try our best, to equip ourselves for better skills in order for us to produce better journalists, inshallah. Okay, next. So, what should we do? Okay, number one, strategies for journalists, upskilling in AI tools, focusing on investigative reporting. Yeah, so I always, because I'm teaching investigative journalism right now, I always ask my students to equip the students with the correct skills on AI. For example, I brought them to one of the company in one of the companies in Kuala Lumpur. They are using this. They call it as themselves as EBDesk. So EBDesk is a company that focuses on big data. Yeah. So when I went there to this company, I can see that wow, the world is currently changing very fast. Yeah. And this company, they are not focusing on the traditional ways of getting news. Yeah, they are not focusing on, ask questions, then the source will answer question. No. When you say, or when we discuss about big data, you are using charts, you are using, these softwares, or this all kind of softwares lah. I think it's quite sophisticated ones. So, but that's how the world is going right now. So when I brought my students there, so I hope they learn new things, and they would like to venture themselves into this big data. Yeah. So again, we have to upskill our students with AI tools. Number two, role of newsrooms. Yeah, implementing guidelines for AI use. Yeah, and in a newsroom, I think it's also good for us to do a research in Malaysia and Indonesia, maybe also in India, how the journalists put or they come up with their policies on using AI. I don't know in terms of I don't know in terms of the newsroom, but in writing an article right now, most of the authors, we must declare if we are using AI in our journal articles. So that is another policy. This is also another guideline that has been set by the journal publishers. But in newsroom, I think we should have a discussion. We should have a roundtable discussion. We should have a research, in asking them what are the new regulations that the editors have been set, on using AI. This also, I think AI should be set, should be clearly understood. Is actually a software, is actually a medium that only to help the journalists. Yeah, we shouldn't use AI as our main medium for us to create the news. Yeah, that's number two. And number three, what should do in terms of the policy recommendations? Yeah, the experts should sit down, think carefully, discuss carefully, and thoroughly of how we can recommend policies that that is, I can say, is quite beneficial for the people, not only for the government, not only for journalists, but for all the media players, for all, not only for certain parties. Okay, next. Next. Okay, the conclusion is, AI tools are not replacements for journalists, but enhancers. I believe all of you should agree with this. Yeah, they enable media organizations in Malaysia and Indonesia to modernize, remain competitive, and meet the challenges of the digital era while ensuring the human touch remains at the heart of the journalism. Yeah. Again, I would like to advise to all, inshallah, including me myself. Yeah. When we talk about AI, we should always remember this. Yeah. We cannot say I would like to avoid from using AI. No. We should use AI, but we should use it ethically we should use it consciously, meaning that we are not using it for our own benefits, but we are not using it for the purpose of, of creating fake news, of creating, malicious intentions, but we are using it in order for us to improve our vocabs is good, or improve of our presenting our news. Yeah. For example here, yeah, Mar B, yeah, he's an expert in news reporting. He said that good journalism involves coming up with original thoughts that people want to hear, while generative AI can write in convincingly human way. Ultimately, all it does is repurpose and restructure existing knowledge. Okay, so journalists will thrive in the AI age by honing their ability to uncover news facts, bring original thinking to issues and debates, and give it to their audience in compelling human ways. Meaning that you can use AI, but we can also lose the human touch. Yeah, we can get some ideas, we can get some informations in the AI, but we are the ones should create and modify the news to be a better one. Yeah, inshallah. And the last slide, I think. Amy Reinhardt of the Associated Press Local News Artificial Intelligence Initiative declared, those who resist the change get left behind. They don't get promotions. They are not included in things. Meaning that, again, if you avoid to use AI, actually you are going to be left. Okay, so my advice, my last words is, AI is okay in terms of helping us, but be mindful. AI, we should use it consciously. We should always try to verify whatever information given by the AI. We should verify. And again, as I told you some of my examples, AI can be beneficial, but it can also be harmful if we only rely on the AI 100%. Thank you so much, guys. So I hope you gain some information, gain some knowledge from this talk. Inshallah, we'll meet you again in the future. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Taki, for your presentation. It's very great. And our participation, we can open the session question and answer. Please raise your hand. Okay, still waiting everyone to ask the question.
Assalamualaikum. Can I ask the question?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Miss, I'm Fauzia from USIM, colleague of Dr. Rakib. So thank you so much, Dr. Rakib, on your presentation. Okay, about about AI and journalism. Right. Maybe I would like to get your opinion because I attended a conference last year. There is a study saying that one of the news organizations, they use AI as a newscaster. So maybe and when the news is about something grief, something bad, or it plays with an emotion, but they still continue to use the AI as a newscaster but usually when we are human, when we read news related to the settings or such as like war and etc. So our face expression will be maybe a neutral, or maybe can be we can have to professional. But the AI, they use the AI to read the news, and the AI is smiling reading the news. So what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Fauzia. As I discussed just now, during my talk just now, when they use newscaster, for me, again, that is why I said many times before this in my in my sharing just now, AI, they lack of this thing, they lack of this human touch. Yeah, I agree with you, Dr. Fauzia. When as a media practitioner, or as a person, or I believe all of these docents here, or pensyarah here, or these lecturers here who are teaching media, I believe human touch is very important. For example, when you said just now, when this newscaster is giving a talk or giving a news on sad news, or something that is, very grieving. We must be very careful. We must know how to express our emotions. Yeah. So when we use the wrong emotions, I mean, is not appropriate for the people, but for the humans. So again, this is one of the this is one of the advantages of AI for now. But in 2 or 3 years' time, I believe this AI will improve. Yeah, because I can see how AI has been evolved from 2022 until now. Yeah. For example, I give you an example. Previously, when I asked AI, can you briefly discuss or can you briefly explain who is Rakib? I just want to test. And in 2022, AI just give me 1 or 2, 3 sentences. But now they can give, very or 5 or 7 sentences, and they can even create my picture. Okay, so not picture lah. It's sort of like an infographic about me. Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you, AI is going to improve. AI is going to evolve. But again, as an educator in communication and also media subject, I hope AI will not replace our jobs lah, especially as a newscaster. I don't want to watch any, or I don't want to listen to any news without this human touch. It's like very weird. Yeah. So I hope again AI should help us, but should not replace us totally as humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Faldia, for your question. And thank you, Dr. Rakib, for your answer. And the next, we have the one question from our text. Hi, Mr. Rakib. Do you think AI-generated news has the potential to address bias in journalism or could reinforce inciting bias in Malaysian and Indonesian media?
Okay. I think, thank you so much, Istiqomah, for the question. I believe in order for me to answer this question, actually we should, number one, the easiest way is we try lah, yeah? We try put one news that you consider as biased, we put in AI, for example, then see how they construct or how they structure the news, whether it's biased or not. But somehow, from my experience, I can say AI is, for now, I think is quite fair. Even though they don't have extensive knowledge about context or an issue. For example, in Malaysia, I believe AI doesn't know much about Malaysian context. Yeah, they know. I mean, in terms of surface, in the surface they know, but they don't know in deeply. But from my experience, when I use AI, somehow I can say that they are trying to be very fair and neutral in giving their inputs. Yeah, they do not go very deeply unless we ask for it. Yeah. So for now, if you ask me, either they can address the biases in journalism. I can say, number one, we should try as ourselves. But number two, in terms of either they are being very biased or not, in my experience, right now they are being quite fair. But as what I told you many times before this, as I would like to advise, cannot depend heavily or rely 100% on AI because their knowledge about context, about cultures, about the background of a country, for example, is not extensive. So we must also try to relate with what we have read in books or in magazines or in websites, and we use it also and align it with what we have gotten from the AI.
Okay,
I
thank
hope
you,
it
Mrs.
answers your
Istiqomah.
question, Istiqomah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Istiqomah, for your question, and Dr. Rakib for your answer. AI are not replacement for journalism, but enhancement. AI is taking over our job, but in short, AI is not likely to taking over journalism completely, but it will change the nature of the job, demanding new skill, adaptability from professionals in the field. It is not about replacement, but about collaboration between human expertise and machine efficiency. Thank you so much, Mr. Rakib, for
Thank you
your
so much.
presentation. The material was truly insightful and engaging. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for participant. Before we wrap up, we'd like to invite you everyone to turn on your camera. Okay, please feel free to smile, and we will take a picture together. Okay. Are you ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1, and capture. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your
Thank you.
attention. Thank you, Dr. Rakib.
Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, participants of today's discussion, it's time for a short break. We encourage you to take a few moments to stretch, refresh, and get ready to the next part of our session. See you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, how are you today? I'm Ravinia Karina as a moderator in this session. In the last session, welcome back. Now we will move to our next topic, which is both exciting and highly relevant to current our topic today, Islam in the headline. Practicing ethical journalism in reporting Muslim issue. It is an important one as we explore the delicate balance journalists must maintain when covering topics related to Islam and Muslim communities. And here it is, our speaker today, Dr. Fauzia Hasan from USIM, University Sains Islam Malaysia. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Fauzia.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, time is yours. Give applause.
Right, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. First of all, I would like to thanks to the moderator, Miss Revindia, okay, and thank you to Sida for organizing this conference, the ISFBC, which I guess is a platform in starting of 2025 with academic platform and discussion to discuss especially on the digital ethics among the society. Right, so today's presentation, I guess we have listened to few presenters before, which are topic on the fake news, and moving forward to the topic of the social content creator, and also from the Dr. Rakib just now is about the AI and journalism. And then moving to the last topic, okay, so becoming the last presenter for the last topic, I hope everyone can still excited, okay, to listen to the presentation, which I would like to share after this just now is about the Islam in the headlines, okay, and what are the best practical, what are the best practice for us, especially among the society, readers, listeners, and etc., to have some positive minds and vibes about the Islam and Muslims as a whole. So can we start the presentation? Can I have the slide? Right, okay, so my topic is about Islam in the headlines, practicing ethical journalism in reporting Muslim issues. So my name is Fauzia binti Hassan, lecturer, communication program at Universitas Islam Malaysia. So for the, if you want to have more further collaboration or networking, you can just email to me and also contact me through WA. Right, okay. So just now we have listened to the Dr. Rakib's presentation about the AI and journalism and how AI has influenced the journalism area or journalism industry, and how AI may also influence the ethical and also integrity of users. Okay, so now I would like to focus on the Islam issues or Islam word matters in the headlines. You know that we usually reading the headlines at the newspaper, okay, news portal, and etc. So we love to read the headlines, but very lazy to read the whole content. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. All right, so these are my table of contents or outline of my presentation. So first is understanding the context. Second is principles of ethical journalism, common pitfalls in news headlines. Next is creating positive and unbiased headlines, case study and examples. The last one is conclusion. Okay. Right, okay, so this is understanding the context. So we know that current issues or global issues is about the crisis, the ongoing crisis in Gaza. In Gaza has drawn attention to humanitarian issues and the quest for justice, underscoring the need for peaceful resolutions to conflict involving Muslim majority regions. So we know that from the September 11 issues, Islam and Muslims in the media, the representation, the negative representations, the negative representations, and also has made Islam and Muslims the image of Islam and Muslims become worse. Okay, so and now we have the issues on the ongoing crisis in Gaza. So recent issue highlighted in Malaysian newspaper is on the Charlie Hebdo. So as you can see, the picture here, there is a news or article written by the Berita Harian. Berita Harian is one of the news organizations in Malaysia. So Charlie Hebdo buat hal lagi, peringatan serangan berdarah dengan perolok Tuhan Nabi. You know that Charlie Hebdo has created a cartoon or that what we call it, the prophet of Nabi Muhammad. So they celebrate the 10 years of their cartoon that similar to Nabi Muhammad. So muka hadapan edisi yang mengenang peristiwa mengorbankan 12 nyawa termasuk 8 kaki tangan editorialnya, menampilkan kartun mendabik dada terhadap kewujudan akhbar dengan keterangan indestructible. Okay, alright. So this is the current issue or example. Okay, about the Islam and Muslim matters around the world. Okay, so we can see that also the next point is sensitivity in reporting on Muslim communities and issues. So I just want to highlight that maybe I can share that my PhD thesis is on the news representations or news reporting on Islam and Muslim issues in Malaysia and Indonesia by the West or by the International Media Agency in media newspaper. So we know that the sensitivity in reporting on Muslim communities and Islam have been a continuous issue, okay, continuous topic that has been discussed among the scholars, researchers, and etc. Okay, so can we have a next slide? Right, so Islam has been in the news for a variety of reasons, including religious freedom, the treatment of Muslim minorities, and the role of women in Islam. So these are among of the So these are among of the context or among of the issues that they really to highlight about Islam. Okay, majority they would like what the religious freedom. Okay, right to the right of freedom speech and etc. And then about the treatment of Muslim minorities and the role of women in Islam also have been criticized in the newspapers or in the media. So as you can see, this is the example of the news headline. Okay, what we call it to represent the image of Islam. Okay, is first example, Islam kept Muslim world countries behind the West. Claim. Okay, so they said that because of Islam, the Muslim have been left behind. Okay, and then Muslim sympathy for jihadists. Okay, and UK most give cash for terror. So these are among of the headlines that will give negative perceptions without reading the whole context, the whole content of the news. So through the headlines, maybe we can have, oh, is it like this? Is it true? Is it white? And etc. So these are the example of the headlines that can create not a chaos, but can create a negative or different perspective, okay, about Islam and Muslim matters. So as educators, as educated society or readers, so we have to have the balanced thinking of this issue. So is it true that they say Islam kept Muslim world countries behind the West? So we have to do some research, more readings, okay, but what has the Guardian mentioned about Islam? Okay, so these are the example that I would like to focus on, which we would like to focus on the headline about Islam and Muslims in the newspaper or in the media. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so this is also the example. Okay, Muslim silent on terror. So when we read this, first time we're reading this headline, we can see that, oh, very negative or towards Islam. Okay, Muslim silent on terror. Okay, and then Christian child forced into Muslim foster. Okay, so these are all the examples of headlines then can create what we call it the perspective or perceptions among the readers. So maybe those who are not have much information about Islam issues, for example, on the terrorism and etc. So they will think that Muslims is really silent on terror. Okay, right. Next. Okay, so there is a study in 2014, okay, on the effects of subtle misinformation in news headlines. So just now we have listened also from one of the speaker from Utah is about the misinformation and also disinformation. So in news headlines also have the issues of misinformation. Okay, that headlines play a substantial role in news communication. A headline serves to summarize the main idea of an article. So you know that when the study said that a headline serves to summarize the main idea of an article, when we read the headline saying that Muslim is a silent on terror, so we can see that the whole article will summarize about the Muslim as a terrorist. Okay, it permits the consumer to scan a large number of news items to get an abbreviated news update or to choose which articles to read. It serves to grab attention and maximize interest. So for in Malaysia, so we have few news organizations that emphasize on the human interest issues. Okay, so the headlines is important, okay, to grab the attention by having the caps lock, by having the big font of size, okay, so and also using a different colors, so it can grab the attention of the readers. Also, for example, just now, Muslim silent on terror. So when the first time we see with a big size of font, and then we have a color of black color, so it can really grab our attention to read more and to perceive about the particular headlines. Okay, it has been argued that many readers spend more time scanning headlines than reading articles. So that's true. So any one of us would love to read the headlines and ignore the articles. You can say 1 if yes and 2 if no at the chat column. Anyone? Anyone? I think including me, I love to read the headline first, and then when I think the headline is what we call it is best or is interesting for me to read further the article, then I will continue to read the whole article. So any one of you? Anyone? Yeah. Thank you, Istiqomah. You mentioned that I mostly read headline first. So the headline is Jasmita. Thank you, Jasmita, for voting. All right. So we agree that we are more we are more interested by reading the headline. Okay. When if the headline is catchy, then we are having the interest to read the whole article. So a headline will therefore not only be the first element of an article that is encoded, but it will also have an effect on what information a reader focuses on or ignores when reading an article. So I can see that the news headline is important. Okay, news headline is the purpose of the headlines is to attract readers' attention, readers' interest. Okay, to sell the papers, to sell the articles by having provocative headlines or by having a sensationalist headlines and etc. Okay, next slide. Right, so the next topic is about principles of ethical journalism. So I just listed the National Union of Journalists Code of Conduct. So how to relate ethical with the headlines. Okay, so the first one is uphold media freedom. So we understand that each and news institution or news agency would like to uphold the media freedom. They would like to publish anything that they perceive as true. They investigate, they interrogate about the issues and etc. So defend the principle of media freedom, the right of freedom of expression, and the public's right to be informed. So that is the role of the reporters or journalists, editors, to publish news, to publish information that that the society or readers should know. For example, maybe we can flashback for the issue previous in 2019, 2020 is about the COVID-19. So everyone must be informed about the current statistic of COVID-19. So media should not hide any statistic. Media should not hide any info about the COVID-19 issues, for example. This is an example. Okay, the second one is accuracy and fairness. Okay, so we know that all news must have balance in reporting. They have to have accurate facts and etc. Fair, convey and very honestly in providing or writing a reporting. And then correction of inaccuracies. Okay, do the utmost to correct harmful inaccuracies. So you have to correct if you provide the wrong information. And the right to privacy, differentiate between information in the public interest and information that is in the public domain, including intrusion into private lives unless justified. Okay. And then protection of source. Protect the identity of sources who supply information in confidence and material gathered in the course of work. So in National Union or Union of Journalists Code of Conduct, they have the clause or law to protect the source. Okay, so maybe that could harm the sources. Okay, when they we call it when they have top information or secret information regarding something, okay, or one issues. Okay, next slide, please. Right, so avoidance of discrimination. So avoid prejudice or pejorative references based on race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, religion, or other status. So basically, we would like to have the objectivity in reporting. So we do not want any news organization or news portal, institution, or agency have a discrimination towards race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, religion, and others. Okay, so we have to have the balanced reporting about everyone. Okay, so next is no plagiarism. Do not engage in plagiarism. Okay, maybe we can relate it with this AI helping us ask AI to draft a news for us. Okay, but we have to make sure to check that the information or we ask AI to help or to draft an article or feature about one issue. So, but make sure we have to verify all the facts. So, and then avoid conflicts of interest, declare any conflicts of interest, and avoid activities that compromise professional integrity. So, we know that we have to avoid the conflict of interest. For example, let's say I am the cousin of the prime minister, for example. So I must not mix, okay, between my relationship to the prime minister and my profession as a journalist. Okay, respect for grief and distress. So you have to respect other society, others race or gender about the grief and distress issues. Okay, and then no payment for information. Do not pay criminals or their associates for information except where it is in the public interest. Okay, so these are all the list of the code of conduct by NUJ. So I think we can apply the principles of ethical journalism, okay, whether in the headlines and also in the news report. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so this is also another code of ethics from the Society of Professional Journalists. It has 4 together. The first one is seek truth and report it. So this is a common. So we as a lecturer, okay, and also we also as a scholar and researcher, we will teach our students to try to write news, okay, but must be based on facts. Okay, journalists should be honest, fair, and courageous in gathering, reporting, and interpreting information. So maybe I can relate with my own experience working at Bernama. Bernama is a Malaysian national news agency. Like Indonesia, you have Antara agency. So in Malaysia, we have Bernama agency. So during my time, okay, internship and working at Bernama, so I have valuable moments in gathering the news and collecting the data, okay, about some issues. So I have to stay at the for example, my assignment is on I have to cover the football game. Okay, so I have to stay at the stadium until the game ends and etc. So I have to interview the coach and etc. So this is all the method or ways to get the to get the accuracy in the reporting. So the next one is minimize harm, treat sources, subjects, and clicks as human beings deserving of respect. Okay, and then act independently. The primary obligation is to serve the public, avoid conflicts of interest, real and perceived. So just now at NUJ, so they also mentioned to avoid the conflict of interest, and then be accountable and transparent. So acknowledge mistakes and correct them promptly. Explain ethical choices and processes to audiences. So you have to be responsible, accountable for what any reporting that you have published. Okay, next slide. So after considering or after listening to the NUJ and also SPJ Code of Conduct ethics about journalism, so maybe I can raise some of the issues. So the first one is manipulated content and ethical use of AI in journalism. So it has been discussed widely by Dr. Rakib. So I think the manipulated content we can avoid the manipulated content as long as we work with honest and integrity. And then stereotyping or discriminating language in reporting. So these are all one of the issues, stereotyping on one race, issue, genders, and etc. And then the journalists accepting gifts, favors, or payments that could influence their reporting. So this one is you are receiving bribes and etc. Okay, the use of clickbait headlines or exaggerated stories to attract audience. So these are one of my focus during the presentation is the use of clickbait headlines. So clickbait headlines is like something like that yang clickbait headlines is very catchy. You can have what we call it high engagement if you write something that is very provocative. So maybe you have a clickbait headlines such as, for example, whoever read this will receive this, something like that. Okay, and then the spread of misinformation or fake news through unverified reporting. So these are all that's why we have to have the editorial checks, okay, in the newsroom, okay, so to make sure that we are providing the truth one, okay. But the issue here, we are compete with another news portal platform which is not what we call it, not formal, okay. So we have more website, more bloggers, okay, that they are free to write and post anything. So we as a mainstream news organization, we are as an official news organization, we have to compete with another news portal or website, okay, about one issue. Okay, next slide, please.
Apa ini?
Okay, right. So these are one of the I would like to highlight, okay, about the common pitfalls in news headlines. These are maybe eight points that we always encounter in the news headlines, especially related to Islam and Muslims. So the first one is generalization and stereotyping. So we are very stereotyped to the Islam and Muslims, to the specific race, okay, to the specific gender, and etc. And then misleading or sensational language. By using the sensational language and misleading, it cannot be denied that it can attract readers, but we are providing the wrong information. Okay, we are providing the wrong, what we call it, wrong facts to the audience. And then selective framing. You are very biased in framing which race, which gender, which religions, etc. And then the headlines also have a negative connotations. And then the next one is ignoring positive stories. So we know that we like to have a negative presentation or negative headlines, okay, to have more engagement, to have more readers, but we ignore the positive stories. Overemphasize on Islamic terminology. So maybe some of the news and some of the editors, which is unofficial news portal and etc., they are overemphasized on Islamic terms. And then over representation of negative stories, okay. So these are some of the newspaper, some of the news agency or media, they are overdue, okay, in portraying the negative issues. Okay, they think that they have their mindset, they have their own house style that the negative stories can sell. Okay, and then the last one is associating Islam with terrorism. Okay, just like mentioned, I share with you, okay, the example of the headlines by highlighting the Islam and Muslims issues. So all of them are very related to terrorists as September 11, since the September 11 attack. Okay. Okay, can I have the next slide? All right, okay. So these are the examples, okay, of the issues that I would like to highlight. The first one is headlines often generalize actions of specific individuals or groups to represent all Muslims or Islam as a whole. For example, Muslims attack US, okay, instead of specifying individuals or group responsible. Overemphasize in religion in context where it is relevant. So the use of word Islam, Muslim, attack, these are all the keywords that can sell. Okay, the next one is using provocative words or phrases that exaggerate the context to grab attention. For example, Islamic threat looms over Europe, creates fear and implies a monolithic threat. Words like radical, extremist, or terrorist being disproportionately associated with Muslims. So we have many scholars, many research on Islam and Muslims in the media. So they are, especially media from the West, they like to use and highlighted Islam, okay, and Muslim issues for their newspaper. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. So highlighting the religion of perpetrators when they are Muslim, but avoiding religious identifiers for others in similar situations. For example, Muslims men involved in killing versus men involved in killing for other faith. If the Muslim involved in that case, so they state or they mention Muslim men. But if non-Muslim, they only mention men. So this is very not, this is a very bias in providing or writing the headlines. And then the last one example is associating Islam or Muslims with negativity even in unrelated contexts. For example, Muslim refugees overrun borders versus refugees seek safety. So we can actually choose the more positive lines, okay, about issues. So instead of using Muslim refugees overrun borders, why don't we use refugees seek safety? But this is all depends on the ideology, depends on the what we call it, the depends on the hostile, depends on the business target and etc. So which headlines that you would like to choose? Either it has a negative orientation, which something maybe not true, or it has more positive, which maybe can drop your sale, for example. Okay, next slide. All right, so these are the methods or the ways in order for us or for the journalists, for the reporters, okay, editors, for example, to create a positive and unbiased headlines. Okay, so as usual, we have to avoid generalization and stereotyping. So try to write something that is very general, not stereotype to certain race, certain religions, and etc. Focus on the facts, not religions, because religion can sell. Religious issues or religions can sell the news. So the players in the news media, they would like to use religion matters in their reporting and etc. And then use clear or neutral language. Okay, highlight positive contribution and diversity. And then the next one is use Muslim voices and sources. Okay, some of the news, okay, some of the reporting, they don't use the Muslim as sources. Instead of they interview others. Okay, and then avoid overemphasizing religion in crisis or conflict. Focus on humanity, empathy, and honesty. So And also the last one is avoid sensationalism. So if you can practice all these 8 tips or methods, I'll guarantee that there are harmony, there are unite, okay, there are they will not create panic or chaos in the reporting of Islam and Muslims, specifically in the news media. Okay, next. All right, so these are example of the case study or example of the news headlines that I managed to figure out. Okay, the first one is from BBC. 3 Israelis killed in Palestinian shooting attack in West Bank. So you know what? The media from the West, they highlighted that 3 Israelis have been killed. How about the Palestinians who have been killed more than 1,000 numbers? Okay, so why they highlighted these Israelis? Okay, this is the example. Okay, and then the second is Israel and Palestine are now in a religious war. So you know that Israel and Palestine, and then also the other keyword is religious war. So why the Middle East conflict has been getting increasingly brutal and increasingly hard to solve. But these are all the negative connotations have been used in the news headline. So as educated readers, educated society, so we have to gain knowledge, gain information, do some research. Do not believe 100% about any headlines portrayed in the news media, because we cannot, we as a society, okay, as a layman or we call it users, so we don't have power to provide or to have the news, to write the news or to provide the news reporting, but they are in power, okay, to have to provide the negative connotations about Islam and Muslims, and they have power in shaping our minds and perceptions. Okay, so these are all the examples of the having the Islam and Muslims in the headlines. I understand that all of these headlines can sell. Okay, so we have the intention to read through the article. Okay, after reading this kind of headlines, so we would like to know how they could say like this. Okay, Israel and Palestine are now in a religious war. So is that true? But who start the war first? Is that it? So we have to verify and getting the information, okay, the true information about this, so we can have the balance reading, okay, about the issue of Israel and Palestine, for example. Okay, next slide is. So UN experts warn Islamophobia rising to alarming levels. Okay, so these are from the United Nations. Okay, so they warn about the Islamophobia rising to alarming levels. So when we talk about Islamophobia, of course they related to the Islam and Muslim communities. And then the next one is US anti-Muslim incidents rose about 70% in first half of 2024 amid Gaza war. Okay, so they relate all these issues about the war with Islam and Muslim communities, especially in the Middle East. Okay, next. All right, so this is about the recent issues about the wildfire at Los Angeles. So pro-Al-Qaeda cleric supporters of Iran exist react to Los Angeles wildfires. Trump threatens to turn Gaza into an inferno, but LA fires are a divine welcome gift to him. As you condemn, you will be condemned. Okay, so it can be maybe all of the headlines can be positive, can be negative. When can be pro to Islam, can be negative to Islam. So we have to be very careful and have a knowledge, okay, to accept or to receive all the news that they provide to us as a readers, as a society. So as I mentioned just now, before this we have the clickbait. So we understand that the headlines is important. So clickbait headlines sometimes are very dangerous. Not we call it as a dangerous, but very harm to those who are not have much information about journalism, about media industry. So they are easily can shape the people's mind or the layman. Okay, next. Also, what we can do? Okay, the first one is promoting accurate and balanced reporting. Maybe this is can be implemented through the publication books, okay, about article about to promote accurate and balanced reporting. So the more we create the awareness, we can educate the audience. And then encouraging positive Muslim voices. Okay, this one can be through the podcast, for example. Okay, the more we have more postings, more coverage about Islam and Muslims, so we can uphold the Muslim voices. And then humanizing Muslim communities. So do not treat them as an alien, etc. And then addressing discrimination and Islamophobia in a positive way. Okay. And then consistency in representation. So this is important. Maybe we can depend on the Al Jazeera, okay, to have the consistency in representation, to portray the positive representation about Islam and Muslims by not being very biased to another religion. Okay, and then leveraging social media for global dialogue. So we know that we have TikTok, okay, we have Instagram, Facebook, etc. So use all these kind of platforms to promote, to have more engagement, more information about Islam and Muslims issues or matters, to have more about the what we call it, to promote Islam and Muslims in a good way. Okay, next slide, please. So as a conclusion, so responsible, balanced reporting and a commitment to highlighting the diversity and contributions of Muslim, the media can play a crucial role in reshaping perception. So just I like I mentioned just now, so media who has power, they can change, they can replace, they can do whatever they want. Okay, we maybe some of you maybe have heard about the cultivation theory. Okay, the more we read about this, the more we have a tendency to believe that particular issues, for example. Okay, so the key lies in framing stories in ways that promote inclusivity, challenge misconceptions, and encouraging mutual respect and understanding across culture and religious boundaries. Okay, a unified approach involving media outlets, Muslim communities, and the global audience can help foster a more positive and empathetic views of Islam and Muslims, ensuring that future generations can appreciate the richness and diversity of the Islamic faith and its followers. So I think through as a platform like this, academic platform, a discussion, a roundtable about the Islam and Muslim issues maybe can open up our mind, our eyes, okay? The more audience we can get to register for this any academic discourse, maybe we can help to create a positive surrounding environment, okay, about what has happened. So how we actually can interact with the factors such as AI, okay, which has influenced our what we call it, our works, okay, our ideas, opinions, and etc. So I guess, okay, as a lecturer, okay, we are played an important role to educate our students, to provide them with accurate information, okay, how you should do this, avoid this, and etc. And then the practicality like this, okay, having a constant academic discourse maybe can help to spread the positivity, okay, in the news headlines as for an example. So I open for any discussion or for any questions. If you have, maybe we can have some discussions or some points that can be shared to all the attendees for today's slot. Okay, so that's all from my presentation. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Fauzia Hasan, for your insightful and engaging presentation about Islam in the headline, practice ethical journalism in reporting Muslim issues. So everyone, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to open the floor for a question and answer session. Please raise your hand. Okay, we have one question Ma'am, I want to ask about what strategies can media outlet adopt to avoid discriminatory or biased language in their reporting? Thank you.
Right. Thank you to ICOM and Boss Sida for the
Please name.
question. Right. So about the what strategies can media outlets adopt to avoid discriminatory or biased language in their reporting? As I maybe maybe I can start to share with my own experience. So when we are working with news agency, we have bosses, we have head, or that we have to follow their instruction and etc. And then each news organization has their own house style. So the, for example, news organization from this paper would be different from the house style, the procedure would be different from the from another news organizations. Okay, so when we are working with, for example, with A news organization, so we have to follow the house style, the procedure of news A organization. So how can we avoid discriminatory or biased language in their reporting? So we know that as a journalist, okay, as a reporters, we have to provide balanced reporting in our news. When, for example, if we cover the issue about the accident, for example, so we have to interview victims, witness, okay, police officers, okay, and then maybe we also can have to interview any agents macam like hospitals, doctors, for example, okay, to have the in detail or depth reporting on accident incident. Okay, so but how to, if we are not having the full blast of getting the source information, we like to discriminate, okay, people who have the authority to say something. Okay, so for example, as your question mentioned, the strategies can media outlets adopt to avoid discriminatory or biased language in their reporting? In my experience, I think the official news agency or news portal, okay, the mainstream here in Malaysia, so we have we take care of the words chosen, we take care of the content discriminatory. So like my friends at for example at Bernama, they said that if the issue they receive but has negative, will create chaos or negative perception, they will not release that particular issue. For example, what we call it, about the incident tragedies at Islamic, for example, religions, for example, church, or kalau allow me to use the Malay word like kuil, okay, tempat sembahyang prayers, okay, for another religions. So we will try to not having reporting over representation to take care of the others sensitivity as well. So I think my answer is it depends on the news organization, but we have to compete with the unofficials like the website or bloggers. They have their own platform to spread the news. For example, the alternative news, okay, so apart from the mainstream news, so how about the alternative? So we are now cerdik, okay, we are now so clever, the society are so clever to find out or to figure out another channel of information to get a different side of story about something. So that's my answer. I hope it can answer. If there is any other feedback from others, maybe you also can share. Welcome. You are mute, Ravindia. You are mute.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for your answer, Miss Fauzia. And
Right.
thank you everyone from Sida for your question. It's a great. And the next, maybe another question, please, from everyone. Okay, I have one question from you. What are some of the key ethical challenges that journalists face when reporting on Muslim community, and how can they avoid reinforcing harmful stereotypes or spreading misinformation?
Okay. Can I summarize your question? It's about the challenges among the reporters face when they report on Islam and Muslim communities issue. Am I right?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so maybe I can my opinion on that is especially when we are how to say, especially when we are working with our boss, for example, our boss is different religions with us. So maybe we are Muslim and our boss is non-Muslim, so it's also very difficult, okay, to portray more about Islam columns, okay, about Muslim issues. We would like to of course, we as a Muslim, we have a tendency, okay, to write more positivity about our own religions, our own community, okay, but maybe these are one of the challenges, okay, to indulge, okay, to cultivate the belief, okay, to our boss, as even if they are not same religion as us. So maybe this one of the examples, this one of the challenges faced by the reporters or journalists, because you know that the function, the role of reporters and journalists is to provide information, okay, but when we are keeping or we are going to provide information about Islam and Muslims frequently in the newspaper, so that we get maybe the top management will weird, okay, why is every day we have the issues covered on this issue, blah blah blah, etc. So and then you know what, and any other challenges is about when I did my PhD thesis, so I collected all the news articles, okay, related to Islam and Muslims about in Malaysia and also Indonesia. So they might not produce frequently news related to Islam and Muslims in the newspapers, which are the Telegraph and the New Streets, the Wall Street Journal. So they are not frequently updated or reported on Islam and Muslim issues. But we know that both news organization, the Telegraph by the UK and the Wall Street Journal, US, is the most prominent newspapers, but they are not more likely to have to allocate more columns on Islam and Muslims reporting. They do have, but not as frequent as what we can do for our own religions. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Miss Fauzia, for a great
Right.
answer. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me and my friends from University Science.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the final part of today's session, we would like to thank you once again for your attention and your participation. I hope the discussion has been insightful and thought-provoking. Thank you so much, Dr. Fauzia, and thank you so much for everyone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a short break. We encourage you to take a few moments to get ready to the next part of our closing session. So, see you later. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
first time here?
Yes, first time in my life.
Is it look interesting for you? Oh my god, yes, this here is very stupid.
Hi guys, my name is Kenneth. I'm from Universitas Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. So right now I'm at this Kebun Teh, Wonosari. Yeah, so just now I got to learn about the whole process from harvesting tea leaves to processing tea leaf. So right now, you know, in my hand I have a sample of this tea leaf, dried tea leaf. This is of the highest quality. I would like to thank the management of Wonosari for giving me this tea. I cannot wait to try this out. Alright, thank you very much.
dance. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the sky. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the sky. Hickory dock, giving them all that we got. Kicked on the door, tried to knock, but nobody answered. I'm going hard and taking my chances. I keep it moving, I keep advancing, keeping it gangster. Getting the perks and I'm happy to earn them. Mr. Ambitious, Kevin, I'm vicious, Mr. Determined. Riding the storm, but focus on rainbow connections like Kermit. The water on my shoulders, it was a burden. Now I don't notice it, everything turning, everything shifting, doing it different. I'm floating, I'm drifting. Shout out the slums, round the world we uplifted, doing the big. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the sky. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the sky. We about to change the game. We about to change the game.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, everyone. Still together with me, Revinia Karina from Sida Indonesia. This is the final session, closing remarks and announcement of the winners competition. Thank you so much still in here with an understanding even today. The IVSC International Virtual Short Course Batch 3 session has been truly remarkable, filled with insightful discussion. Before we conclude, let's listen to the closing remarks from some of university and institution for the continued collaboration. And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look together. Closing remarks, the first from Sida, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, from Ms. Nur Magfira Estetika and Medcom.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fira, the head of Communication Science at Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. And I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our partner universities for their priceless support in actualizing the International Virtual Short Course IVSC 2025. We express our profound gratitude to University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia, Burapa University, Thailand, Agencia DY Patil University from India, Mariano Marcos State University from Philippines, Academy Business School from India, University Science Islam Malaysia, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka, dan Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Your partnership has been crucial in establishing international connection and creating a platform for shared growth and learning. We are truly honored to work with such esteemed institution, and we look forward to strengthening in bonds and achieving for together in the future. Thank you for your trust, dedication, and support. I think that's enough from me, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next remarks closing from Uttar by Mr. Kenneth Lee Hui, MCOM.
Hi everyone, greetings from University Tunku Abdul Rahman in Malaysia. So I would like to record my most sincere thanks and gratitude to Sida, particularly Dr. Poppy, the Dean of Faculty of Business, Law and Social Sciences, as well as Bu Mafira, the Head of Department of Communication Science, for putting together this wonderful event or program called the International Virtual Short Courses 2025. Well, through this collaboration, I think it's very noble for Sida to have invited, so many different academics and institutions from across Southeast Asia and also India to come together to deliver the different lessons. Yeah, so through this collaboration, not only do we have a series of lectures, there are some 20 lectures, I think. But I think the very diverse perspective, perspectives to issues linked to digital community, to media and communication also matters. Yeah. So once again, thank you so much to Sida, and also all participants and also partners who have participated in this event. Have a great evening ahead.
Okay, thank you so much from Uttar. And the next closing remarks from Burapa University, Thailand. Please welcome Dr. Natapat Patana.
Yes, Sawadee krap. Sawadee krap from Thailand. Good afternoon, all participants and also working committees. I avoid to use the term ladies and gentlemen because it's a part of my it's a part of my lecture, right? So on this occasion, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all parties involved in this event because I know that it's not a very easy task. I know it's a hard job. I have done this kind of events before, and I know that to bring people together and do this kind of event to give knowledge to people is not that easy. Okay. First of all, I'd like to again express my sincere thanks again to give me a chance to give a lecture in this event because I'm not in the field of communication, but maybe it's a little related in field of language, which is a part of communication, right? I thought that I need to learn more and more, and there are a lot of things that I should learn. And after listening to lectures and speakers in terms of research that they have done, I know that there are a lot of things that my students should learn, and I will try to communicate this knowledge that I received to my students. And I hope that this event or the event like this, no matter who will be the host, will be happened again and will be host again. And again, thank you very much, the Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo for hosting this event. And I hope that in the future I will have a chance to join again. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And the next is from Academy Business School, Dr. Priyanka Bakshap.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, and dear participants. On behalf of Akemi Business School, it is an honor for me, Dr. Priyanka Bachchal, to extend heartfelt thanks as we conclude this remarkable international virtual short course. Over the past few days, we have learned and meaningful participants from 5 countries: Indonesia, the Philippines, India, Thailand, and Malaysia. A special thank you to the organizing committee, particularly the University of Unsada, Indonesia, along with the 10 co-hosting universities from these 5 countries for making this event possible. Your hard work and your collaboration for global cultural understanding. We are deeply grateful to all the distinguished speakers for their valuable insights on topics ranging from the digital society issues to public relations and gender equality. Your contributions have truly inspired us. We are grateful to Dr. Abhishek Bokhe, who is the founder president of ABS, Akemi Business School, and Mrs. Vidha Bokhe, president, for their support and leadership. I would also like to express our appreciation to our CEO, Dr. Abhijit Nair, whose leadership made this initiative a reality. And a special thanks to Dr. Kirti Lani, a senior faculty of Akemi Business School, for her invaluable contribution as both as a guest speaker and as guiding force behind this course. A special mention must be made of the fun and intellectually stimulating competitions, including the opinion writing competition, the real competition, and the poster presentation. Your efforts in these activities reflected your dedication and your passion, and really we are proud to have such talented participants. To all the participants, your enthusiasm, your creativity, and active engagement have been the heart of this program. So we hope we will carry forward the knowledge and the skills we gained here to make a very positive impact in your communities. So lastly, I want to thank Akemi Business School. I want to thank all the 5 universities as well as University of Umsadaj, Indonesia. So we look forward to staying connected and continuing this journey of learning and growth together. Thank you once again to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. Ladies and gentlemen, and the next from University Saint Islam Malaysia, USIM. Please welcome Dr. Faizia Hassan. Okay, with the response. Okay. And next closing remarks from UPN. Please welcome Ade Kulma M. Medcom.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I present the Communication Science Department, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur. Warm greeting from our coordinator of Communication Science Department, Dr. Safrida Nurrahmi Febrianti, and also our coordinator of the Communication Science Master Program, Dr. Aulia Rahmawati. Congratulations on the successful IVSC 2025. And I would like to express my gratitude to the Honorable Committee of International Visual Short Course 2025 and also Dr. Poppy Febriana, Dean of Faculty of Business Law and Social Science at Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. And also I also wish to thank all the speakers from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, and India. And congratulations to all the students who participating in the competition in IVSC 2025. I'm very grateful to be a part of the success of IVC 2025 because this program allows us to share knowledge and build valuable network in the spirit of the global collaboration. And I hope this event continues sustainably every year and benefit us. I believe that communication study will enhance and contribute to our capacities in this knowledge environment. And also this event will be a strategic way to explore more and more research topic about the communication and media. Once again, thank you for all the committee for this collaboration. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, sorry. And the next closing remarks from UMJ, Dr. Nani Nurani Muksin, MSc. Okay, still waiting from.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, ma'am. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, respected college, and all participants of IVST 2021, good afternoon and warm greetings to all of you. It is an honor for me as a representative of the Communication Science Program, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, to stand before you today to deliver the closing remarks for this truly remarkable event, the International Virtual Short Course IVST 2021, hosted by the Department of Communication Science, Faculty of Business, Law, and Social Science at Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. Thank you so much. Has brought together a network of esteemed academic institutions. These collaborations reflects the power of unity and collective effort in addressing global challenges. It is a testament to the shared commitment of all participating institutions to advance ethical communication practices, especially in navigating the complexities of the digital age. As a representative of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, we are proud to have been part of this meaningful event. I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize that our communication science program is ready and eager to collaborate with any of the participating universities in joint research, academic exchange program, and other international initiatives. Together, we can create a stronger foundation for innovation and ethical practices in communication science. The discussion and knowledge shared during IVST 2021 have been instrumental in enhancing our understanding of ethical dimension of digital communication. However, this is not just a conclusion. It is a beginning. Let us use this platform as a launchpad for future collaboration and as a way to strengthen our collective efforts in shaping a responsible and inclusive digital society. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizer of IVSC 2021 for their hard work, dedication, and vision in bringing us together. My gratitude also goes to the speakers and participants for their valuable contribution, which have made this event a resounding success. Okay, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and mutual respect fostered in this event. May the connection and insight gained here inspire us to continue working together to navigate the challenges of our digital society with wisdom and ethical commitment. Thank you. Thank you once again, and I look forward to seeing the fruit of our collaboration in the near future. Wishing everyone a safe journey and continued success in all your endeavors. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Warm regards for me, Dr. Nani Nurani Muksin, Lecturer of Department Communication Science Program, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Jakarta. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nani. And the next, we will going to USIM, University Sains Islam Malaysia, by Dr. Fauzia Hasan.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you to the moderator. Thank you once again to the organizer, all the secretariat that have been working and to make sure this event could success and happen, okay, and from day 6, from 6th of January until today. So may Allah bless all of our good works and may He rewards us with inshallah. Right, okay, so as a representative from University Sains Islam Malaysia, I would like to thank the organizer for having me and my colleagues, Dr. Muhammad Rakib, okay, to share a platform to discuss, to give some points and inputs about the current issues in media and journalism, okay, and we hope that our sharing could benefit to all the audience, to all the attendees, okay, and I also like to what we call a salam perkenalan to all the speakers and also researchers who maybe we are first time meeting, and I hope that this academic discourse can be continuous, okay, in the near future, and maybe to I'm not sure the planning of IVSC, so maybe I can suggest one thing to collect all the presentations and also the points shared by all the speakers and also researchers in a book publication, for example, or in any publication that can give impact, okay, and output of the conference. So once again, thank you to the Sida, okay. Maybe may we have new collaborations in project in the near future. So I hope that all of us can still contact each other for any collaborations, and sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, and the next remarks from UHAMKA, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Profesor Dr. Hamka. Please welcome Profesor Farida Haryati, SIP MIKOM.
Yeah, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Farida Haryati, and Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah for His love and blessing, so we could join this great event, International Virtual Short Course 2025. And I would like to say, and on behalf of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Profesor Dr. Hamka or UHAMKA Jakarta, we would like to say that we are so proud and grateful to be part of this short course. And we gain a lot of insights from various presenters and speakers from Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Thailand, and the Philippines, and also for the competitions. And we do hope that we can sustain this collaboration for the upcoming years, and surely with further collaboration or further partnership. And once again, congratulations for UMSIDA, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, as the host, and also all the co-hosts and all university partners. See you next year on IVSC 2026. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for all of closing remarks. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for has arrived. We are now ready to announce the winner of our awarding ceremony. Please stay with us. We reveal the names of those who have been recognized for their outstanding contribution. The first competition is winner opinion writing competition. Congratulations! The winner opinion rating competition, Subtem Empowering Women and Building Inclusive Community of Digital Movement. And the first place, congratulations! PN, Veteran Jawa Timur. Congratulations, Nick and Pramesti Anindra. Okay, give applause for UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Niken Pramesti Anindra. And the first place, opinion writing competition. Congratulations. Wow. And next, second place, opinion rating competition with the same theme. Congratulations to Akemi Business School, India. Thanks, Mitra Iram MD Yuzul. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Get ready for a third place or opinion rating competition with the subtheme Empowering Women and Building Inclusive Communities Through Digital Movement. Congratulations UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Muhammad Dafa Ulhak Bintoro. Okay, we will going to different theme. Opinion writing competition with the subtheme Breaking Digital Divide for the Sustainability Digital Society. In the first place is University Tunku Abdul Rahman. Congratulations, Tau Sisin. Congratulations from University Tunku Abdul Rahman. And the second place is from Savitribai Phule Pun University. Congrats Ankita Ja. Congratulations from India. And the third place is Indah Nurul Ainia, Muhammadiyah, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. Congratulations. Exciting. But we will going to move the another competition. This is a winner TikTok review competition. And the first place is congratulations Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, Ekli Trianita, Augusti, Ivanti Amelia Maharani, Cynthia Putri Lorenza, and Angga Dwi. Congratulations from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. And the second place, TikTok and Reels, subtheme Celebrating Campus Culture. Congratulations once again Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. Ajeng Budi Pangestu, Tasya Davina Ramadhani, Aurel Syaputri Ramadhani, and Nadira Nurha Aida. Congratulations. And the third place, TikTok Reel subtheme Celebrating Campus Culture is University Tunku Abdul Rahman. Congratulations, Brian Tanchi, Ao, Chai Juan Hong, Ganteng Kang, and Chan Yan. Congratulations. In the third place, congratulations University Tunku Abdul Rahman. Okay, we will go into another subtheme. The theme is competition college life, and the first place is Universitas Muhammadiyah Riau. Congratulations Arya Dika, Muhammad Mazlan, Talita Nailatun, and Naswa. second place TikTok Reels to Them competition, Call It Live, is Mariano Marcos State University. Congratulations, Jansen von Gomes, Mariana Barba, and Kole Madaka. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, and the third place TikTok Reels competition, congratulations, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Congrats Maura Azakia, Dinda Rizkia Maulana, Anabila Zahra, and Asa Afifatun Nasma. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, the third competition is vertical movie. It was very excited. The first place, vertical movie, sustainable future and healthy life. Congratulations, Universitas Muhammadiyah Riau. Kumlat Production, Wahyu Ryan Kennedy, Bimo Utopi Putro, Andreas Sihotang, Kalista Larasati Siturus, Khalid Hanafi, Muhammad Syahrudin Ilham, Fadil Maulana, Nazla Sofiana Safitri, and Muhammad Fikri Tora. Once again, congratulations Universitas Muhammadiyah Riau for the first place. And the second place is Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta for vertical movie. Congratulations, Siska Aulia, Laili Romadona, Anissa Khairotun Zahro, Tarisya Utami Putri, Andika Prasetya, Dimas Alhani, Cinta Maira, Zeta, Zahra Anastasia, Syafa Kaisa Nabila Yahya, and Nadira Rahmadina. Congratulations, second place vertical movie, sustainable future and healthier life. In the third place, congratulations for Universitas Jakarta, Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Congrats, Heru Pratama, Ahmad Anuri, Ali Benarbia, Nanda Aprilia, Hadifa Nur Fauzia, Nida Aisyah, Ishak Ibrahim Molvi. Congratulations for the third place vertical movie, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Okay, the different category with another theme is vertical movie united for quality and equity. And the first place, congratulations from Mariano Marcos State University. Congratulations, Casey Esmaya, Adrian Camado, Jacob Christian Luis, Aten Loren Sakukat, Bab Penus Sabuno, Tabel Ganal, Joseph Ansino, Rian Pakibon, Ametis Navarro, and Rizia Maibola. Congratulations, first place, vertical movie, United for Equality and Equity from Mariano Marcos State University. Ladies and gentlemen, the next is second place, vertical movie. Congratulations, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Congratulations Kiai Bahtiar Suwandi, Sabrina Zulfanova Saputri, Alif Rahman Juliansyah, Azriel Raisyan, Sheila Mutiara Zahra. The second place vertical movie United for Equality and Equity. Congratulations. and gentlemen, this is the four winner poster competition. It was amazing, and we will announce the first place poster competition for the theme Innovative Digital Tools for Leadership and Inclusive Learning. Congratulations, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, Muhammad Ikhlas Ferdiansyah. And the second place poster competition, Innovative Digital Tools for Leadership and Inclusive Learning. Congratulations for Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Selviana. Congratulations, Selviana from Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Wow. In the third place, poster competition, Innovative Digital Tools for Leadership and Inclusive Learning. Congratulations, Muhammadiyah University Profesor Dr. Hamka, Uhamka, Khalil Bneza Aulia Azwa. Congratulations, Khalilenza Aulia Azwa from Uhamka. And ladies and gentlemen, poster competition with another theme, Starting Collaboration and Connectivity to Strengthen Digital Literacy. And the first place is from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur. Congratulations, Ahmad Dhani and Adam Muari. Congratulations, Ahmad Dhani, Adam Muari from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur. And the second place, poster competition, driving collaboration and connectivity to strengthen digital literacy, is UPN Veteran Jawa Timur again. Congratulations, Neskarya Ihayani. Amazing. In the third place, poster competition, driving collaboration and connectivity to strengthen digital literacy. Congratulations, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Najwa Rashida Manat. Congrats, Najwa from Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. That's our third place in poster competition. Wow, congratulations to the winners, to the other participants. Don't be discouraged. Keep creating and join us again in future opportunity. And once again, thank you for your participating. And what an ending event today, the IVSC International Virtual Short Course Batch 3 session has been truly remarkable, filled with insightful discussion, thought-provoking idea, and valuable perspective. A big thank you to everyone involved in making this event such a success. We are grateful to all our speakers, to their expertise, and to our participants for your engagement. Special thank you also to the supporting university and institutions to their continued collaboration. Thank you so much University Tunku Abdul Rahman Malaysia Uttar. Thank you Burapa University Thailand. Thank you Ajinka D.Y. Patil University India. Thank you so much Mariano Marcos State University Philippines. Thank you Academy Business School India. Thank you so much, University Saint Islam Malaysia. Thank you, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta (UMJ). Thank you so much, Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka (UHAMKA), and Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. And of course, thank you so much, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo. Before we conclude, congratulations to all winners. Once again, thank you to everyone for being part of this meaningful discussion. We hope that you found the session informative, inspiring, and valuable. Wishing you all the best, and we look forward to seeing you two at future events. Thank you and have a great day ahead. International Virtual Short Course Batch 3 2025 success. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.